catching water.
They shouldn't be rewarded for their wasteful business plans. They ignore efficiency that we citizens demand. So listen to the people and just turn the rate hikes down. We don't want their toxic power plants polluting all our town. We demand that you listen to the citizens today. No rate hike, no way. If you cave in now to their demands, there'll be no end in sight to the rate hikes that they take from us. It gives us quite a fright. They'll be building nuclear power plants with their hard-earned dough. Fukushima should have taught us that's a crazy way to go. So listen to the people and just turn the rate hikes down. We don't want their toxic power plants polluting all our town. We demand that you listen to the citizens today. No rate hike, no way.
Scheduling investigation and hearings, suspending proposed rates, establish an intervention and testimony due dates and discovery guidelines requiring public notice. An evidentiary hearing has been scheduled in Raleigh beginning March 18, 2013. The witnesses of the parties in several hearings have been scheduled at locations around the state for the purpose of receiving testimony from public witnesses addressing the proposed rate adjustment. That is the purpose of the hearing here this evening. Interventions of parties have been filed and granted for Carolina Industrial Group for Failure to Filter Rates, Inc., the North Carolina Waste Awareness and Reduction Network, the Carolina Utility Customers Association, Inc., the Commercial Group, the North Carolina Eastern Municipal Power Agency, the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association, the Kroger Company, the Public Works Commission of the City of Fayetteville, Time Water Table, Inc., the North Carolina League of Municipalities, Utility Management Services, Inc., and Lower Cape Fear Water and Sewer Authority of the United States Department of Defense. Several statements of position have been received and filed in the official files for this document. This brings us up to the hearing before us tonight. Compliant with the State Ethics Act, I remind all members of the Commission of their duty to report conflicts of interest and inquire whether any member of the Commission has a known conflict of interest with respect to the matters coming before us this evening. There appear to be no conflicts, so we will proceed.
You could not say a word back here. Please stand up.
Is there a microphone anywhere in this
We will
courthouse?
proceed then. Will the parties pronounce their opinions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the Commission, Robert Taylor appearing on behalf of the Progress Energy.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, William Grantmeyer, Public Staff, representing the using and consuming public.
Are there any matters that we have to address before we start?
We have an open statement from our district manager. Jason Walls, who is the Progress Energy Carolina District Manager for Asheville, wants to make our statement.
Mr. Walls, will you come around and make a statement?
It's not a public hearing if we can't hear.
Members of the Commission, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. My name is Jason Walls and was recently named to serve as the company's district manager here locally in the Asheville region. I am delighted to speak this evening as a representative of Progress Energy Carolinas and look forward to hearing from our customers and others who will share their thoughts. Our decision to seek a base rate increase was not an easy one. We recognize that electricity is a significant expense for many of our customers, and any increase will be a challenge for some. We've worked hard to control costs. In fact, this is the first time since 1987 that we've requested an increase to the base rate portion of customers' bills. But a lot has changed since 1987. We've seen a 66% increase in new customers in the Carolinas in just 2.5 decades, and customers are using 59% more energy to power larger homes and an ever-expanding inventory of electronics and appliances. Serving 1.3 million homes and businesses in North Carolina with reliable electricity 24 hours a day, 7 days a week is no easy task. Since 1987, we've invested $11 billion to modernize the power plants that generate electricity and update the system that safely and reliably delivers electricity to customers. These improvements have helped Progress Energy Carolinas achieve a reliability rate of 99.97% while reducing emissions and generating electricity more efficiently than ever before. Investments in advanced emission control technologies like those at the Asheville plant have helped lower nitrogen oxide emissions by more than 62% and sulfur dioxide emissions by more than 50% since 2005. Additionally, we're retiring older, less efficient coal plants that lack these environmental controls and replacing them with cleaner burning natural gas fueled electric generation. Approximately 84% of the requested rate increase reflects investments already made to ensure safe, reliable service every day. But why increase rates now? The proposed rate increase reflects $2.3 billion of investments we're seeking to begin recovering. Although we've worked hard to manage the cost to operate our business, we've reached a point when the rates customers pay are no longer sufficient to cover the company's costs to serve them. However, we remain focused on minimizing the impact of increased rates through new energy efficiency programs and assistance for low-income customers. Since 2009, customers have saved more than 357 million kilowatt hours of electricity. That's equivalent to removing an entire town from the electric grid. Today, nearly 15,000 homes of low-income customers across the state, including 1,600 homes here in the Asheville area, have been retrofitted through the Neighborhood Energy Saver program at no cost to them. Additionally, the Energy Neighbor Fund gave nearly $75,000 last year to Progress Energy families in western North Carolina and more than $21 million statewide since 1982 to help pay energy costs for those in crisis across our state. We continue to work to manage the rate increase on our customers. Last week, after extensive negotiations, we reached an agreement with the North Carolina public staff to reduce the average increase for customers from 11% to a total increase of 5.7% phased in over 2 years. We believe this settlement, if approved by the North Carolina Utilities Commission, would keep rates as low as possible while beginning to recover investments already made to ensure safe, reliable, and increasingly clean electricity for our future. The settlement agreement will be presented to you as part of the evidentiary hearing on March 18th. Tonight, a customer care team in the back of the room is here to help any customer who has a question or concern about their bill or the services that we offer. To close, we encourage customers, the media, and others to visit www.progress-energy.com for additional facts and information on our request to increase rates and investments made to serve customers. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you tonight. We look forward to hearing from our customers and appreciate the opportunity to serve you every day. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good evening. My name is Bill Grantmeyer. I'm a staff attorney with the public staff at the North Carolina Utilities Commission. We are an independent state agency that represents the using and consuming public in cases before the North Carolina Utilities Commission. The purpose of the hearing tonight is to hear from customers concerning Progress Energy's request for a rate increase. We will call each of you that have indicated you want to make a statement on the sign-up sheet to come up and make a statement. When your name is called, please come up to the witness stand here where you will be either sworn or affirmed. There's a Bible up here if you choose to be sworn. Your testimony will be recorded by the court reporter, and all the testimony tonight will be available on the Commission's website. Actually, all the documents in this proceeding are on the Commission's website, and you could go on the website and read all the documents. There are thousands of pages, but with regard to the transcript tonight, it will be recorded and posted, so you will be able to read it. If you can't hear something that a witness says, then you will be able to read it in the transcript. The commission website is www.ncuc.net, or if you like me, just Google North Carolina Utilities Commission. When the page comes up, click on docket information and then docket search, and then key in the number of this case, which was on the notice, E2 sub 1023. The North Carolina Utilities Commission has a very user-friendly website where you can get the information. In some states, you cannot figure out what's going on in the case, but North Carolina, they list every document that's filed is listed chronologically so you could follow it. If your purpose is to make a statement, this is a public hearing for the customers to speak. It's not for you to ask questions of the company, the commissioners, or the public staff. If you want to ask the public staff questions, we will be glad to meet with you during the break or after the hearing. But it's your chance to make statements. Now, Progress filed a request for an approximate average 11% increase in retail rates, but the residential applied for rates was approximately 14% increase. The public staff conducted a thorough audit of the Progress's operations and rate increase application. More than 25 public staff persons are working on this case, including accountants, engineers, attorneys, and financial analysts. On February 25, the public staff reached a settlement in principle with Progress on only certain issues in the case. And the commission can approve our stipulation or disapprove it. Plus, there are several issues that have not been agreed upon between the public staff. Now, only the public staff and the company Progress have reached this stipulation. So, to my knowledge, none of the other interveners have signed on to the stipulation. What it provides is that there would be a 4.7% average increase in rates the first year and a 1% average increase in rates the second year. And how it will be divided between residential customers, industrial customers, and commercial customers and street lighting is an issue that will be litigated and decided between the commission. That is the total rate increase. The settlement also provides for $20 million of a regulatory liability for the company of the North Carolina, Progress's North Carolina retail customers to be allocated among local agencies and organizations for programs that provide assistance to low-income customers, and also to the North Carolina Community Foundation for programs that provide training that helps improve worker access to jobs and increases the quality of the workforce. As I said earlier, the public staff in Progress did not reach an agreement on the cost allocation between the various rate groups or the proposed industrial economic rider. That will be litigated and decided by the commission, along with the whole case will be decided by the commission. The commission will conduct an evidentiary hearing beginning on March 18 in Raleigh, and that could go on several days or a week. We'll see what happens, to consider expert testimony in this case. The commission can decide to accept the stipulation between the public staff and Progress or reject it, and they will decide other issues. The public staff recognizes that the current economic conditions make rate increases especially difficult for customers. We believe that the settlement is in the best interest of the ratepayers, while also allowing the company sufficient revenue to continue to provide you with reliable service. We appreciate all the customers coming out tonight to let the commission hear your views on Progress Energy's proposed rate increase and how it affects you. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me elaborate a little bit on more on what Mr. Grantmeyer said with respect to the procedure that we're going to follow tonight. He has a list of people who have signed up to testify, and he will take them in the order that they signed up. But to the extent that you are not a Progress customer but want to testify anyway, we're going to ask that you go at the end, because we want to hear from Progress customers first. You have to come around and be sworn. This is a court proceeding. If it's a public meeting, but it's a meeting of the court, this commission, open to the public. It's not a city council meeting, it's not a homeowners association meeting, it's a court proceeding. The court reporter has got to take down what you say for it to be evidence in the case for the commission to rely upon it. So we ask that you be courteous of the witnesses who testify. We ask you not to hiss and move and clap. That's just going to slow us down, and it's going to interfere with the ability of us to hear and us to proceed, and the court reporter to take the testimony down. You can testify and tell us what you think about this case, whether you think the rates are too high, or whether you think the generation Progress uses is something that you're going to approve of, or that your service is for, or whatever it is. You can't ask questions. That's not the purpose of this proceeding, but if you do have questions, and people often do, the representatives of the company here, the representatives of the public staff here, so that you can talk with them off the record and they can try to provide the information that you need. Often in these proceedings, people come with prepared statements that they want to read, and they work hard on them, and they spend a lot of time on them. But by the time we get to the 40th witness, somebody in front of you has said that 3 or 4 times. We ask you to be courteous of the people that are behind you, and if somebody has made all of your points, we just ask you to condense what you would have otherwise said. We know you want to read your statement, but if somebody's already made the point, think of the people that are behind you. They're going to want to testify too. Inevitably, we get to the wee hours of the case, and people have to leave because somebody in front of them took too much time. I don't want to interfere with your statement, but if you have to or will, we've got nearly 60 people that have signed up. The weather is bad. People have to travel distances to get home. So we ask your patience, and we're going to start. All right, Mr. Chairman.
The first person is Paul Zurich, and I apologize if I mispronounce any names. What I'm going to do, I'm going to call a list of 3, and the second and third will be basically in the on-deck circle, just to let you know you're coming up. But you could remain in your seat. Mr. Zurich, did I mispronounce your name?
No, that's fine.
Okay. If you would come around and be sworn,
Which way do
please.
you want me to face?
You need to face the commission you're speaking. Yeah, if all the customers would address the commission, they are the judges, and they're to hear this.
So I'm the present testimony about to give in this case. The whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
Please state your name and address.
Paul Zurich, 4 Fenway.
And are you a customer of Progress?
I am, and my company is.
Okay, please proceed with your statement.
I am with Biltmore Farms, and I'm also the chairman of the Asheville-Buncombe County Development Coalition. Power cost and reliability is crucial to our economic development. We've been enjoying a resurgence in manufacturing. As President Obama mentioned when he was here a couple of weeks ago, onshoring seems to be benefiting this area. We now produce over $1 billion of manufactured goods for export. So this rate case is important for those reasons, for both cost and reliability. But this being Asheville, renewable energy and green energy is also important. And I'd like to just talk a little bit about what Progress has done with the community to try to advance that agenda. Approximately 5 years ago, Progress was refused the opportunity, the permits to do a peaking power plant, and started a dialogue with the community. They set up something called the Community Energy Advisory Council, or CEAC, and they invited a very broad section of the community. I don't recall the exact number of members, but it seemed to be well over 20, and brought them together on a monthly basis with a professional mediator to discuss power demand in the region and how to address it. When it became apparent that the community was more interested in trying to lower demand or lower hard power costs through conservation, demand side management, and renewable energies, Progress allowed the CEAC to become a networking and idea sharing forum, which resulted in significant relationships between businesses in both traditional businesses and in the renewable energy sector, and with Progress's demand side management group, We all became better informed, and we were able to form connections that enabled us to pursue more renewable energy sources. I know my company, Biltmore Farms, was able to install 2 large solar energy installations, both of which were done with FLS Energy, whom we met and networked with in the SEAC meeting. There's still a lot to be done in that area, and people continue to work to find opportunities, but I honestly believe that it would not have gotten accelerated and made as quick a progress in the region as it did if it were not for the SEAC. Thank you.
All of us like to answer any questions.
I have no further questions.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Max Weisgood. The next 3 will be Bob Cozart, Kelly Martin, and Stephanie 312 Cubtail Trail.
Tom Swift, the testimony about to give in this case, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, shall God.
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Max Weisgood, and my commercial address is 60 Patton Avenue. My residential address is 10 Round Oak Road.
And you are a Progress customer?
Yes, sir, I am, both ways.
Please proceed with your statement.
How do you spell that name?
Spell it
Last name.
SWICEGOOD. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Max Weisgood. I'm speaking on behalf of the Council of Independent Business Owners. Thank you for having this hearing. It will provide public input. Our organization represents over 19,000 employees regionally. Our purpose here is to encourage the development of adequate energy production for the region. Some speakers tonight will state the only option is alternative energy. However, alternative energy has proven its inability to sustain the demands of the electrical grid on a day-in, day-out basis. The responsibility of the power company is to ensure that the electrical production is such that no matter where one is located in our region, at work, at home, or at play, when the switch is turned on, the power is available. The power company must have the tools to plan and produce the future electrical needs of this region. The Council of Independent Business Owners urges you to facilitate the production of electrical requirements for this region. It is better to be in the light than in the darkness. Thank you.
That's it for questions.
Yes, sir.
No questions.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you.
Bob Cozart.
Ma'am, I get them to spell that last name.
Yes, sir.
Tom Swift, the testimony about to give in this case, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, shall God.
I do.
Please state your name and address.
My name is Bob Cozart. I live at 194 Dotson Road, Fairview, North Carolina.
Please spell your last name.
C-O-Z-A-R-T.
And you are a customer of Progress?
I am.
Okay, please proceed with your statement.
I'm Bob Cozart. I'm a volunteer with the Society of St. Vincent de Paul. It's a worldwide Catholic charitable organization with chapters throughout North Carolina. I'm speaking tonight as a friend of the poor. Who are the poor? They're your neighbors, your friends, and even family members. Because in this state, more than 24% of the children live at or below the poverty level. Many are from working families with low wage earners, seasonal job holders, and the underemployed who have lost higher paying jobs due to this recession. At a time when our economy is depressed, unemployment is at record highs, and the recovery is at best tepid, it seems the most inappropriate time to raise the rates for electricity, especially when the greatest percent of these increases will fall on residential users. And the greatest burden of all will be on those with the lowest incomes. Let me give an example of the hardships this rate will produce. This is a story, one of our clients, a true story, a 33-year-old single mother with 2 daughters aged 10 and 12. She worked at a private high school, a private school, I correct that, with a wage of $9.50 an hour, but could only get 30 hours a week. Her total expenses, her total income came to $1,000, roughly $1,000 a month. Her total expenses break out this way: rent $550, food $150, child care $70, transportation $80, insurance $44, cell phone $50, total $944. This left a balance of roughly $56 at the end of each month for electricity. There was no discretionary income spending. There was no budgeting for clothing, entertainment, or cable TV. Without making cuts in food or car insurance or phone, her Progress Energy bill could not be paid in full. How will this single mother afford a significant increase in electricity costs? It's highly unlikely she could. She is one example of the many people that we visit each week and assist with similar and much worse financial problems. In general, people in poverty are victimized in many ways. Not only do they spend a disproportion of their income on the basic necessities, they reside in cheap housing, often trailers, old houses, or buildings that are infinitely more costly to heat or cool. It's not uncommon for me to see a monthly utility bill of $300 in the middle of the winter. 28% of our donations are used to pay for the electricity of our clients. This would be even more of our budget, except that larger charities and government agencies have federal and state programs that provide funds for heating during the winter's coldest days. Proposed rate increases will strain the budgets of these North Carolina agencies and charities. This can only result in some loss of service for those we serve. Turning off the power in western North Carolina means no lights, obviously, but it also means, in many cases, no heat and no water. This may seem like a fine business model to raise rates for future needs, but it cannot take into consideration the realities of people living today in a weakened economy. We have one of the highest unemployment rates in any state in the nation, many low-paying jobs with no pay increases in sight, and we confront rising costs we cannot control, like the price of gasoline and food. Please consider the impact of these proposed rate hikes on the most vulnerable of our citizens, who may be just barely sustaining themselves and their families. This is a cost you can control. Thank you. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Kelly Martin. Please state your name and spell your. I'm sorry.
You solemnly swear that the testimony about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
I'm Kelly Martin, Martin.
And what is your address?
It's at 34 Wall Street.
Okay, and you are a customer of Progress Energy?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today, and thank you for your service to the people of North Carolina. My name is Kelly Martin, and I am the Sierra Club's Beyond Coal campaign representative for North Carolina. The Sierra Club has 5,000 members and supporters here in Buncombe County and approximately 60,000 members and supporters across the state. We're working hard to bring about the clean energy economy that will replace the outdated technology of burning coal and burning fossil fuels. I'm also here speaking tonight as a mother of 3. I have 3 small children, and I, like many here, am gravely concerned about the economic insecurity and the climate disruption that their future holds if we don't take bold and swift action to end our dependence on fossil fuels. I fear that Superstorm Sandy and the severe wildfires out west foreshadow the types of weather events that my children will experience in their lifetimes. I'm here tonight to speak up for the clean energy future that could rewrite the story of climate change, and I urge you to join with us in charting a new course for North Carolina's energy future. As you know, the proposed rate hike by Progress Energy will in part pay for new fossil fuel generating stations in a large part. Burning fossil fuels causes air pollution, water pollution, and climate disruption, all of which impact human health and the environment. In the recent past, natural gas was thought to be far superior to coal in terms of its impact on climate. Yet emerging studies are now showing that the methane release from hydraulic fracturing operations is likely to have a dramatic negative impact on climate change. Conversely, investments in energy-efficient new buildings, weatherizing old homes, energy-efficient appliances, and more efficient transmission lines, as well as managing when and how electricity is used, are all good for the environment and good for our pocketbooks. These kinds of investment keeps money in our communities, put people to work, and have the end result of saving homeowners money. I urge you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the Commission to compel Progress Energy to invest more in energy efficiency and adopt more innovative programs to capture even more energy savings. I also encourage you to play a strong role in verifying that these programs are delivering their intended savings. Progress Energy needs to conduct a more robust assessment to ensure that the savings from energy efficient investments are adequately accounted for before new electricity generating facilities are built. Progress Energy should conduct and explicitly address a rigorous evaluation of the cost of continuing to operate their scrubbed coal units. In fact, Progress Energy's modeling in its integrated resource plan shows that the utility could save customers money and lower risk by increasing levels of energy efficiency even more in its plans. These system savings would be primarily achieved through reduced future fuel costs, and high levels of energy efficiency would also avoid the need for new generation. So why is the company asking its ratepayers to foot the bill for new fossil fuel plants without fully incorporating the savings that could be realized from energy efficiency? That's neither fair nor prudent. Further, Progress Energy should better evaluate the long-term savings associated with integrating more solar and wind into its portfolio beyond the state renewable energy portfolio standard requirements. Currently, there's not, as you all know, there's not a single industrial scale wind turbine installed in the state of North Carolina. We don't lack the wind resources. We lack the participation and the commitment of the utilities to buy energy from wind power, in spite of clear evidence that wind can be a lower cost alternative to fossil fuels. In fact, Progress Energy's own planning document, it says wind could be economically competitive with conventional technologies. In places all over the country, like in Texas, wind is already becoming cheaper than natural gas, and Texas is getting about 10% of its total electricity demand from wind. Yet here again, Progress Energy is asking for a rate increase for conventional fuels without adequately addressing how it could save ratepayers money by utilizing the vast resources of the wind and the sun. Please provide the leadership and compel Progress Energy to increase their investments in clean energy and energy efficiency and create a path forward for meeting North Carolina's electricity needs in a way that doesn't create further harm to the environment or an unfair burden on bill payers. The average household income here in Buncombe County is $44,000 annually. Over 15% of individuals are living in poverty in this county, and over half of the students in the county are on free and reduced lunch. So who will bear the burden of these rate increases? Neither our wallets nor our health can afford these increases. I appreciate your time and attention tonight. I appreciate you coming out to Asheville to hear our voices, and thank you for hearing our concerns and for working diligently to create the clean energy economy in North Carolina.
Stephanie, okay, yes. And the next three will be Lou Patry, Tamara Puffer, and Melissa Williams.
My name is Stephanie. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Yes, it's Stephanie Bizuski, Bizziewski.
And you live at
312 Covewood Trail in Asheville, and
You are a Progress customer.
I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Stephanie Bazuski. I am a retired single female living in my own home in Asheville. I provide for myself on a modest and fixed income. I'm a capitalist, and I earned that modest income from working in both the private and the public sectors. Every increase in taxes, health care, insurance, or other expenses causes me to reprioritize and change what I am able to choose to buy. Over the last few years, I have cut costs in clothing purchases, transportation, water and electricity consumption, cable, telephone, charitable gift giving, food, and other luxuries. And I know I'm doing well in comparison to the thousands of North Carolina residents who already can't pay for basic essentials. But I can't absorb a utility rate hike, especially one that will be used for short-term gains using yesterday's energy sources of coal and gas. The small businesses that will be affected by my reduced purchasing power don't need the hit. The social nonprofits to which I will necessarily reduce my contributions can't afford it either. I find myself living in an increasingly impoverished population, and I'm concerned that this rate hike, along with recent legislation in health care, unemployment insurance, proposed tax increases, and who knows what else the General Assembly will pass against the middle class, will further impoverish the citizens of North Carolina, the state with 9.5% unemployment, the state which ranks 5th in the nation in household food insecurity, the state in which small businesses create the most new jobs and whose businesses will fail because there's not enough of us able to buy their goods. It's not in the interest of the public, nor is it a benefit to the general economic health and well-being of the state to increase rates at this time. The effect that will ripple from just my own single household is crystal clear. Compounded in its effect by 9.7 million state residents is obvious in its further impoverishment of North Carolina. It is apparently the duty of this commission, in part, to determine whether Duke Progress Energy needs a rate hike. I assume that in making that assessment you ask questions. Perhaps you consider whether Duke Progress needs a rate hike to pay for the $10 million severance package it arranged with former CEO Bill Johnson, or whether Duke Progress needs to pay its few top executive millions of dollars in salaries each year, or whether Duke Progress needs a rate hike to increase its influence in an already friendly legislature, whether Duke Progress needs a rate hike from us citizens to cover its contributions to Tom Apodaca, Neil Hunt, Bill Rabin, and most of the co-sponsors of SB 10, which, as you know, dictates you will soon be fired from this commission. Perhaps you might even ask the better questions, like, can Progress Energy take responsibility for managing internal costs judiciously and continue to enjoy sufficient profits at the current rate? Or perhaps you may even have the courage to ask, what benefits will Duke Progress enjoy by reducing its rate and enabling prosperity to return to the citizens and businesses in North Carolina? Thank you.
Those are all the questions that we always ask, so thank you for reminding us.
Lou Petrie.
I choose to affirm.
Solemnly affirm the testimony about this case with the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
I am Dr. Louis Patrie, P-A-T-R-I-E, and I live at 99 Eastmore Drive in Asheville, 28805.
And you are a Progress customer?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
I am a physician, a member of Physicians for Social Responsibility, a retired public health professional and mental health professional with 28 years' experience in the Indian Health Program of the United States Public Health Service. Since my wife and I moved to North Carolina from where we've been from 1980 to the present, I was for 20 years a psychiatrist in our state's community mental health program. I met many families coping with hardships, but they were generally able to obtain resources allowing them to somehow cope with their difficulties. They shared their stories with me graciously, and I appreciate their contribution to my knowledge. Since my retirement in 2000, The safety nets for many of my fellow citizens have been eroded, and the growing number of families with children living in poverty in our state has become appalling. While my wife and I live comfortably and secure, our 3 living children have not been able to attain our standard of living, and our 3 oldest grandchildren, 2 with large student loans, are underemployed and are one catastrophic medical emergency or serious accident away from poverty. I mention them because they are examples of the great number of people who now exist from paycheck to paycheck, having to struggle to provide for their housing, food, clothing, and utilities, their basic necessities of life, with little opportunity to build up for a secure future. Thus, we come to the current situation in which North Carolina Utilities Commission is faced with reviewing the annual integrated resource plans filed by the electric utilities. In these IRPs, Duke Energy and subsidiary Progress Energy project how they would deal with a supply and demand of electricity over the next decades. The Utility Commission's charge is to find the least cost mix of generation and demanding reduction measures which is achievable. The IRPs submitted by merged Duke Energy Carolinas, Progress Energy Carolinas, fall far short of that standard. North Carolina Warren has presented the NCUC with an alternative that is far less expensive and takes a huge step forward in addressing the critical issues of climate change. Our increasingly impoverished citizens must not be further burdened by increased utility rates based on illogical premises. It would be a disservice for North Carolina, our economy, for private ratepayers to be forced to pay more than industrial and commercial consumers. As a member of Physicians for Social Responsibility, I am not as concerned as corporations about their financial profits. My overriding concerns are for the ability of our grandchildren and future generations to survive on planet Earth. The greatest dangers that they will increasingly face will come from all of the complex risk factors from global climate changes and the increased nuclear dangers that will only increase over upcoming decades. For these reasons, I direct your attention and advocate that you look carefully into the plan offered by North Carolina Warren with all their alternatives.
Did you read the whole statement there? Did you summarize any of that, or did you read the whole thing? Did you read the whole statement that you have?
I have the statement. I'll turn it in to the recorder.
We would ask that this be identified as Patriot Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. Other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight.
Tamara Puffer.
Oh, you skipped Melissa.
Oh, Tamara's first and then Melissa.
Okay.
You're next.
I can't wait.
Okay.
Okay. I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Tamara Puffer, P as in Paul, U-F-F-E-R,
And what is your address?
27 Jarrett Street.
And that's Nashville.
Yes.
And you are a Progress Energy customer?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
I'm a Presbyterian minister who attends Grace Covenant Presbyterian Church. Since we're in the season of Lent, I do want to share something with you by Ed Hayes, a devotional book, A Lenten Hobo Honeymoon. And don't worry, I'm not going to preach, I promise. He writes, Jesus' parable about the fig tree in Luke 13 answers the question, what is the world's oldest profession that is today's most popular hobby? As you may have guessed, the correct answer is being a gardener. The profession of gardening goes all the way back to the beginning, when God the gardener created the first garden in Eden. Hayes asks,
How does your soul garden grow? In the garden of your soul, are the trees rich with fruit or are they barren? If you haven't noticed our crazy weather patterns, you haven't been paying attention. Rain, winds, and unexpected storms. I even understand that there's going to be a snowstorm tonight here in Asheville. Across our world, farmers and others who live off the land are struggling, with some of them even dying. It simply boggles my mind as I watch folks sit back and see what is happening and still want to extend our use of coal and gas in North Carolina. There are other options. I hope you will have the courage to stand up to Progress Energy. Don't let them increase the use of the same old dirty energy. We have got to do something quickly, for we are destroying our world. To borrow Hayes' words, how does your soul garden grow?
No question. Thank you very much for coming.
Mr. Williams, the next three will be Anna Jane Joyner, Emily Greenbaum, and Grant Minch.
Mike.
I'm just going to testify about this case, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Melissa Williams, Williams.
And what is your address?
It is 115 Estelle Park Drive, West Asheville.
And you are a Progress customer?
I am.
Please make your statement.
Okay. Thank you all so much for giving us this opportunity to speak to you. It's not often in life that we get to speak to people who have direct power over things that impact us so greatly. So I really do appreciate you being here and having this chance to talk to you. From what I can see, and from my perspective in my life as a homeowner and someone who every paycheck matters to me, I don't see how this rate hike is economically justifiable. And certainly from an environmental standpoint, I think it's absolutely harmful to keep investing in dirty processes and toxic sources of energy to keep our lights on. I think there's better and cleaner ways, and I know there are, that we can give people the power that they need, and also ways that aren't harmful to the middle class, which is rapidly becoming the working poor. Our middle class is shrinking very rapidly, and it's hard for people day to day when they go to the store just to decide what they're going to eat, what medicines they're going to buy, what kind of health care they're going to be able to have, let alone worry about whether they're going to be warm enough on a night like tonight when we're expecting snow, and whether they can pay the bill. So I just implore you to think about it from a people's standpoint, and that what you do is based on real human beings and their day-to-day lives and day-to-day struggles, and think about the rapidly increasing working poor who really need you to stand up for them tonight, as well as for the health of our community in general. So thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Anna Jane, I believe it's Joyner. Okay.
I'm just going to testify about in this case, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Please state your name.
Anna Jane Joyner,
Please spell your last name.
Joyner,
And what is your address?
70 Mildred Avenue, Asheville, North Carolina.
And you are a Progress customer?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
Commissioners, thank you for your public service. Thank you for being here tonight and for providing a space for Western North Carolinians to have a voice in this very important decision. My name is Anna Jane, and I work for an organization called the Western North Carolina Alliance, and I'm here representing them this evening. We are the region's oldest homegrown environmental nonprofit. We were started 30 years ago, actually 31 years ago, to protect our forests, keep our air and water clean, and to keep our communities vibrant. As I'm sure you know, our mountains here in Western North Carolina are among the world's greatest natural treasures, thanks to our vast forests, abundant wildlife, and scenic rivers. As a result, we have become a premier tourist and retirement destination, and people from across the country come here to live, work, and play. Yet, we are challenged with protecting this very special natural heritage in the face of increasing environmental threats, one of which we have come to determine is our dependence on fossil fuels, such as coal. As protectors of Western North Carolina's natural resources and communities, we can no longer ignore the fact that Progress Energy's power plant on the French Broad River is one of the 2 largest polluters in our region. Toxic runoff from the plant's 2 unlined coal ash ponds is polluting our groundwater in the French Broad River as we speak. And this is happening at coal-fired power plants all across our state and across our nation. We are deeply concerned about the economic insecurity and challenges our future holds if we do not move away from fossil fuels into a clean energy future. The good news is we can do it. Here in Western North Carolina, we have a burgeoning solar industry that is creating clean energy and jobs right here at home. And by many expert estimates, we can curb 40 to 50% of our energy usage just with energy efficiency, conservation, and recovery alone. There are so many opportunities to create jobs and protect our environment by moving away from dangerous and polluting fossil fuels and moving toward a much healthier, more innovative North Carolina. The rate hike isn't a step in that direction. Instead of investing in energy efficiency and conservation and cultivating renewable energy sources, Progress wants to raise rates on North Carolinians to pay for natural gas plants and more investments in coal plants. Burning fossil fuels is causing air pollution, water pollution, and climate disruption, all of which impact human health and the environment. But it's not just about our health and our environment. It's also about our pocketbooks. And let's face it, there are already too many in our community who struggle to pay their monthly power bill. Raising rates on those who can least afford it is not only unfair, it is wrong. Unfairly raising rates to preserve a system that contributes to the ongoing harm of our health, community, and planet is unfathomable. We need a new and just energy direction for North Carolina, one that doesn't pollute our water and air, contribute to climate change, and unfairly burden those in our community who can least afford it. We need a direction that harnesses our technological ingenuity to decrease dependence on fossil fuels, increase energy efficiency and conservation, and create jobs in the clean energy sector across North Carolina. I urge you to help us get there, and to reject this rate hike request for more dirty energy sources. On a last and more personal note, North Carolina is my home. I grew up in Wilkes County, graduated from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, spent summers on Topsail Island, and scurried back here to these beautiful mountains just as often and as fast as I could. North Carolina is a special place to so many of us. Please use the power vested in you by the state of North Carolina to protect it, to protect all of us, and to move us forward in a positive and fair direction. Thank you for your time and consideration.
You don't have to raise your hand. Let me ask you a question. Where in Wilkes County did you grow up?
Moravian Falls.
I grew up in all Wilkes Falls.
Did you? I went to Wilkes Central. Fellow alumni.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Emily Greenbaum.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Emily Greenbaum, Greenbaum.
And what is your address?
I live at 1 Brucemont Circle, Apartment 1 in West Asheville.
Okay. And you are a Progress customer?
I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Commission, my name is Emily Greenbaum. I am one of Progress Energy's customers and one of those that would be affected by their requested rate hikes. I came to Asheville to follow my passion to protect the environment and have found a huge amount of support from the folks I have met here. Unfortunately, every month I have to write a check to a company that is contributing in a huge way to climate disruption through the burning of fossil fuels. Now they want more of my paycheck to go toward keeping their coal boilers running, and I want to urge you to consider the implications of approving their rate hikes. I'm living on a modest income, supporting entirely both myself and my partner. My income is already stretched thin as I have substantial student loans to pay off, as many of us do, totaling about $400 a month. Also, like many folks of moderate means, I live in an old apartment that is very poorly insulated, which makes it difficult to keep warm in the winter. I've had to use space heaters, which use a great deal of electricity, and still when I'm home, you'll find me in several layers of warm clothing and blankets. To compensate for this energy usage, I light a good portion of my home with LED Christmas lights, but still my electric bill is unmanageable. It is true that I can't afford to pay more on my bill, but what really upsets me about these rate hikes is that it is going to new natural gas plants and investments in the existing coal fleet. It is so clear that there is a better way to get our energy. Investments in buildings, weatherizing old homes like mine, energy-efficient appliances, and more efficient transmission lines would eliminate the need for new power plants. Further, these kinds of investments keep money in our communities, put people to work, and have an end result of saving homeowners money. I'm here today to urge the Utilities Commissioners to provide leadership and compel Progress Energy to increase their investments in clean energy and energy efficiency and create a path forward for meeting North Carolina's energy needs in a way that doesn't create further harm to the environment or put an unfair burden on bill payers. It is your job to lead the way and to speak for us. It is time to make smarter decisions about where we get our energy, and that can start with your decision to challenge this business-as-usual rate hike request from Progress Energy. Thank you for your time.
Grant Finch. The next three will be Andrew Weatherly, Reed Rhodes, and Kimberly Rhodes. Are you?
Just sign up.
Oh.
I do.
Please state your name.
Yeah, it's Grant Mincy, and last name M-I-N-C-Y.
Okay, why?
Yeah.
And what is your address?
It's 45 Charity Lane, Candler, North Carolina, 28715.
And you are a Progress customer?
I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
Okay. I'm an energy researcher and also an organizer with the statewide group Clean Water for North Carolina. By training, I'm also a geologist and have focused much of my research, both academic and independent, on energy consumption and environmental issues. I'm here today as a representative of Clean Water for North Carolina, as a North Carolina resident, and as a Progress Energy customer to oppose the rate hikes put forward by our energy monopoly. If approved, our utility monopoly will dictate to customers how we get our energy, from high-cost sources such as coal, natural gas, and nuclear, all while backing away from energy conservation, efficiency, and investment in renewable energy resources. I am here to urge this Commission to truly represent the public interest. Investment in energy efficiency and conservation will lower rates for consumers and benefit not only the environment in North Carolina, but all of the Southeast. We should not be paying for fossil energy when we could be saving money with efficiency and conservation programs. Many people cannot afford an increase in rates, especially in low-income households. Low-income households will surely be most impacted from this plan. Due to poor energy efficiency, on average, low-income families have to consume more energy to heat and cool their homes. In these economic times, it has been increasingly difficult to make ends meet for many working families. Personally, with student loan payments due every month, rent, car maintenance, car insurance, and what seems to be a daily increase in the cost of commodities like food and all the other bills, I find these rate hikes regressive. In this economy, these rate hikes will burden our budgets while increasing capital for the largest utility monopoly in the country. With monopoly status and no market competition, we are captive consumers. The North Carolina Utilities Commission should reject these IRPs and their proposed rate hikes. Furthermore, the ecological, environmental, and public health costs will not be footed by Duke or Progress Energy. We consumers will share the collective burden of coal surface mining, natural gas exploration, and nuclear investment, and we will also bear the cost of depreciating ecosystem services. With more dependence on coal, we will see even more moonscapes where we should see lush deciduous forests. We will see more communities trapped in mono-economies where there should be market competition. We will see more natural gas exploration despite all the evidence from peer-reviewed journals, government and industry reports that link hydraulic fracturing to groundwater contamination. We will see the natural gas boom turn into a bust, and we will suffer from the economic fallout. It is truly unjust to subject communities to pay for public and environmental health risks of the extraction of fossil fuels. Across the coal fields, private property value is depreciating, cancer rates are on the rise, and ground and surface water used for consumption is being contaminated. In the oil and gas fields, property values are also in decline. Health risks have been associated with the exploration of these resources, and there is growing concern of air pollutions, and toxins have even been found in people's well water. Our energy monopolies do not deserve to have the Utilities Commission in the state of North Carolina protect and increase their private profits while the environmental, social, and economic costs of this plan is socialized. All of this is coming while unemployment and other social programs low-income folks depend on are being cut. How much more are working people supposed to take? All we ask is to invest in efficiency, conservation, and renewables. This will foster local jobs, clean water, clean air, and lower bills. Our cultural and natural heritage, along with our bank accounts, deserve better than this proposed rate hike to subsidize dirty energy. Please reject the rate hikes proposed by the utility. I am leaving you with peer-reviewed studies on the costs and dangers of fossil fuel consumption, notably mountaintop removal, coal mining, and hydraulic fracturing. So I guess, again, to please invest in efficiency and conservation programs, and I thank you very much for your time.
Quite three. Quite a few.
And the whole three marked on this.
Thank you. Andrew Weatherly,
Yes, sir.
please be sworn.
I affirm that, sir. My name is Andrew Weatherly. I am a Progress Energy customer.
Can you please spell your last name?
Weatherly.
And you live in Asheville?
72 Aura Street.
Okay. Please proceed with your statement.
Sir, I'm a school teacher. I teach with community college. Been a teacher for 17 years. And I have one word to describe what has happened with Duke buying Progress and the results. Fraud. We were told, and you folks were told, that when Duke bought Progress, that the rates were going down. The costs were going down. What has happened, however, is that they are repeatedly asking for more money. That is not the same thing as what they said before. That is fraud. That's enough, sir. Thank you.
Reed Rhodes.
I do. I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Reed Rhodes, Rhodes.
And what is your address?
189 Clinton Avenue, Asheville.
And you are a Progress customer?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed with your statement.
First of all, thank you, folks, for your time. I appreciate it. As a registered nurse, I cannot support a rate hike that expands the use of deadly fossil fuel-generated electricity in North Carolina. In contrast to the suits at Progress Energy, I have actually taken care of the deadly effects of the deadly fossil fuel energy we use here, whether it's respiratory or heart ailments. I have dealt with this as a nurse, again, in contrast to the higher-ups at Progress Energy. Additionally, the American Lung Association estimates that 13,000 people die annually because of particulate pollution from coal-fired energy plants. And yet we want to continue on with these same dirty forms of energy. Again, 13,000 people. We just bury our heads in the sand and continue on. We cannot go on like this. There are numerous answers to this energy crisis that are clean and green and good for North Carolina. Again, no rate hikes for dirty energy for North Carolina. Thank you, folks.
One question. The 13,000, is that North Carolina or that's U.S.?
I believe that's U.S. It's the American Lung Association. Thank you.
Kimberly Rhodes.
The whole
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Kimberly Rhodes, that's my first name, Rhodes.
And you live at 189 Clinton Avenue, Asheville?
Sure do.
And you are a Progress customer?
Unfortunately.
Please proceed your statement.
Progress Energy is depriving its customers of clean energy while pushing coal and natural gas that harm our environment. It's unfair. And as a resident of North Carolina, where I have no other options for energy, I cannot support a rate hike that makes no room for renewables. As a student, I can't afford it. That's all.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker is Maureen Lineman, and then Tim Malone, and then, I'm sorry, Maureen Lineman, and then Debbie Gentz, and then Ann Craig.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Maureen Linneman, Linneman.
And please state your address.
131 Arlington Street, Asheville, 28801.
And you are a Progress customer?
I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
I am a Progress customer, and I appreciate you coming to listen to us this evening. I am also a mental health therapist who works with the uninsured and underinsured clients. They are but a few of an increasing population in our region who earn wages that are below the national poverty criteria. These are persons upon whom you want to force higher energy costs. I would like to state a news report that I saw this morning on ABC News, and I quote, "Wall Street is flirting with an all-time high today, but there is new evidence that not everyone is sharing the wealth. The homeless population is now at the highest level in this country since the Great Depression." End of quote. This is not my bias. This is our media. Can we connect the dots here? Progress rate hikes are for the purpose of keeping profits while further stressing our population. And I mean stressing. Stress that results in depression and anxiety in our adult population, and low self-esteem for children caught in the clutches of poverty and shame. Additionally, you want to increase rates for dirty energy like that produced from mountaintop removal coal. I've seen the devastation that's been forced upon communities in Kentucky, Tennessee, and Virginia by these practices. I have visited communities, seen tainted water due to the contaminants of landfill from bulldozed mountaintops. These are water sources that once ran clean. This is dirty energy, and we know better than to continue passing on the toxic consequences of coal or adding more carbon-producing fossil fuels to fulfill our energy needs. There are clean renewable resources, and we can develop and enhance our legacy to our children. I am also a grandmother of 4 children whose future will be affected by the rate increases as well as the production of dirty energy. I want to stand for the protection of the water and the air that your grandchildren and mine will be breathing and drinking after you and I are no longer here. I want our children to know that we acted to protect their future by reducing energy costs and by providing clean energy and new jobs in the renewable energy sector that implement efficiency and conservation. This implies development of creative technologies like wind and solar that don't lay waste the mountaintops or the lungs of our children. I call upon you, commissioners, to require Progress Energy to offer just and reasonable rates to the citizens of North Carolina, not a financial return to their stockholders and large compensation packages to their executives. I call upon you to have the courage and the moral challenge laid before you to act with concern for your fellow citizens by doing away with rate increases and crafting innovative policies that create justice for the people, for the environment, and for our children's future. Thank you.
Debbie Gintz.
I do.
Please state your name
Debbie Gins,
and please spell your last name.
Genz,
And what is your address?
350 Sunset Drive in Asheville.
And you are a Progress customer?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
We are the Green Grannies. We know this finite blue planet will only keep us alive if we take care of it. In order to protect the lives of our grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and all who come after, we are dedicated to restoring our climate and moving away from our dependence on fossil fuels. So here's our testimony. We're a group. We're the Green Grannies. We have a song to sing. You allowed the Raging Grannies to sing at another rate hike here.
I'll tell you what, we'll have a break, we'll let you sing. How about that?
This is our testimony.
We're not going to be singing, we have to have testimony. One at a time.
The procedure now is they don't allow songs. They want you to testify. If you want to sign up to testify, you'll be able to testify, but only one person at a time. We don't have group testimony.
Let's have a break.
We'd be happy to sing during the break.
What we'll do, we'll take a break. It's almost 12 after 8. We'll come back at 8:25, and you all can sing your heart's content. Everybody don't sit so bad, but
Okay, we're on a break. We're on a break.
Okay.
You can go ahead and sing.
All right. Okay.
Do we sing to them or to them? To them.
Okay.
Doop, 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 buke, 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 for your coal, 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 gas and nuke, nuke, nuke. We need wind and sun, there's work to be done. No more rate hikes now, we can show you how. Doop, 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 we rebuke, buke, buke, for your coal, 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 gas and nuke, nuke, nuke. We need wind and sun, there's work to be done. No more rate hikes now, we can show you how. We are the Green Grannies, and we've come to have our say, to speak out for the people and to tell you there's no way to justify a rate hike for Duke Energy today. No rate hike, no way. So listen to the people and just turn the rate hike down. We don't want their toxic power plants polluting all our town. We demand that you listen to the citizens today. No rate hike, no way. The bosses at Duke Energy grow richer every day. They're raking in the millions and they now want us to pay. They got their gosh darn merger and they'll screw us this year too. They're asking for an increase that they'll want from me and you. So listen to the people and just turn the rate hike down. We don't want their toxic power plants polluting all our town. We demand that you listen to the citizens today. No rate hike, no way. They're burning coal and natural gas, and it is plain to see that they're wrecking our environment and our economy. They shouldn't be rewarded for their wasteful business plans. They ignore efficiency that we citizens demand. So listen to the people and just turn the rate hike down. We don't want their toxic power plants polluting all our town. We demand that you listen to the citizens today. No rate hike, no way. If you cave in now to their demands, there'll be no end in sight to the rate hikes that they take from us. It gives us quite a fright. They'll be building nuclear power plants with our hard-earned dough. Fukushima should have taught us that's a crazy way to go. So listen to the people and just turn the rate hikes down. We don't want their toxic power plants polluting all our town. We demand that you listen to the citizens today. No rate hike, no way. We need to wise up. We need to open our eyes and do it now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. We're on a planet that has a problem. We've got to solve it, get involved and do it now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. Make it greener, make it greener, make it cleaner, make it cleaner, make it last, make it fast, and do it now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. No point in waiting or hesitating. We must get wise, take no more lies, and do it now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. We're on a planet that has a problem. We've got to solve it, get involved and do it now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. Make it greener, make it greener, make it cleaner, make it cleaner, make it last, make it fast, and do it now, now, now. We need to build a better future, and we need to start right now. Thank you very much.
When we resume, I want to introduce into evidence transcripts of each of those three songs.
What do y'all drop?
Just wanted to open it. Oh. Ann Craig, C-R-A-I-G. I live in Asheville, 132 Murdoch.
And you are a Progress customer. Please proceed.
Thank you. I just want to say that it's hard to have a public hearing when the public can't hear. Okay, commissioners, thank you for coming to Asheville to hear citizen input into the issue of Progress Energy's request for a rate hike. It seems to me that we, and by we, I mean the public, the commissioners, and Progress Duke Energy, are having the wrong conversation. Instead of talking about whether or not Progress Duke should be given permission by you to raise electricity rates on individual homes, businesses, and industries, we should be discussing how to keep electricity rates from rising into the indefinite future and how to do more with less. As the utility paradigm in our state currently exists, Progress Duke has powerful incentives to sell more power, which requires more capital investment in generation capacity, which then creates a larger equity base, which then guarantees larger returns. In this paradigm, pollution pays. It makes economic sense for Duke Progress to want to build dirty and dangerous coal and nuclear plants, which are extremely expensive. These plants usually run into billions in cost overruns, which the consumer is on the hook to pay thanks to our construction work in progress law. But is the traditional bottom line the only thing to be considered here? Does raising our rates to pay for dirty energy and costly overruns make environmental sense, health sense, social justice sense, and moral sense? I say no. Many witnesses have spoken to you about the ill effects on our health and our environment. You have the statistics, and if you don't, you should. Chapter 62 of the North Carolina Public Utilities Act of 1963 states that, quote, "It is the policy of the state of North Carolina to encourage and promote harmony between public utilities, their users, and the environment." Could it be clearer? We are in a struggle for the continued existence of human life on Earth, not to mention all the other species. It's no less than that. Our air, our water, our soil, our health are all seriously and dangerously compromised by the old paradigm of energy production. Let's get into the 21st century and start solving some of our serious challenges by demanding that Duke Progress adopt models that currently exist in other states, such as California and Ohio. Energy efficiency is key. Saving a kilowatt hour is cheaper than generating a kilowatt hour. Energy efficiency avoids the reserve capacity needed for peak consumption. The business models of California and Ohio show how the utilities there have continued to make money while cutting consumer bills through efficiency programs. Additionally, the cost of clean, renewable, and safe sources of electricity production are dropping, and these, along with efficiency programs, are what Duke and Progress should be investing in. We know that a large percentage of the electricity currently produced is lost on the grid. Let's get smarter. Growth can be cancerous. You need to demand Duke Progress rethink how they do business in our state. No rate hikes for dirty energy. Thank you.
Indy.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Dr. Amy Ende, E-N-D-E. I live at 62 Macon Avenue in Asheville, and I am a Progress Energy customer.
Please proceed with your statement.
I do appreciate your time, your patience, your energy to be here before us tonight. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before the Utilities Commission. I am a pediatrician and a mother of 3. I spend my time at home and work concerned with the health and welfare of one of our most vulnerable populations, children. I will provide you with evidence tonight that I don't think you've been previously provided with tonight, that children are being harmed and that their health will continue to be negatively impacted if Duke and Progress Energy follow their plan to maintain and build more power plants, fueled by coal, oil, and natural gas. Let's get to the point. I could actually support a rate increase for Progress and Duke Energy, but only if they planned on investing in clean, renewable energy that would not hurt our children's health and future. I have not seen such a plan from them. There are 2 main ways that the burning of coal and practices like fracturing can hurt children's health. Through air pollution, number 1, and number 2, by exposure to heavy metals. Children are more at risk to these exposures for 3 reasons. 1, they're smaller. Any exposure is more potent to them than it is to an adult. 2, their organ systems, especially the lungs and the neurological system, are still forming. And 3, they are outside more and they breathe more times per minute than adults do. There's a well-established link between air pollution from the burning of coal and power plants and acute problems in children, such as asthma, exacerbations, and pneumonia, even death. Chronic exposure to air pollutants, such as sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, particulate matter, and mercury, can lead to asthma, worse pregnancy outcomes, and neurodevelopmental problems, such as learning disorders, attention problems, and decreased IQ. Fortunately, due to regulation and new scrubbers, here in Asheville at least, we have decreased our air pollution exposure in some areas, but have traded one toxic environmental problem for another. Exposure to heavy metals from coal combustion residues, and potentially in our state, those that come from fracking. Kids can be exposed to these heavy metal products of energy production through their drinking water, what they eat, and the dust that they breathe. Just like air pollution, heavy metal exposure can lead to acute intoxication and chronic problems like cancer and neurologic damage. I implore you, Commissioners, to stay true to your mission statement to promote fair regulation of public utilities in the interest of the public, especially our children. We are standing at a crossroad where the implications of our choices have perhaps never been more serious with regard to the health and future of humans. I urge you, as I tell my own children often, do the right thing.
I'm sorry, Abby Indy. Yep.
You solemnly swear that the testimony about to give this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
And please state your name and spell your last name.
Abby Ende, E-N-D-E.
Okay. Okay, please proceed with your statement.
Hello, I am Abby Ende in 6th grade, and I thank you for coming here to listen to us. I represent this generation, the people who will be most affected by the results of global warming. Global climate change is a huge problem that, if not prevented, can lead to serious damages to our Earth and the beings that live on it. When I heard that Progress and Duke Energy companies want to take more money from us to do more of the things that causes climate change, I was very unhappy. Why do they want to make more dirty power plants? I have a dream that energy companies will make more energy power plants powered by the sun and wind. I have a dream that teachers will teach their students about global warming and how to save the planet. I have a dream that every house will be powered by solar energy. I have a dream that people will come before profits. With your help, one step of my dream can come true. I do.
Please state your name.
Claire Ende.
Okay, please proceed.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for coming here tonight to listen to fellow concerned citizens and myself. My name is Claire Ende, and I'm 16 years old. I've always had a strong connection to nature, and when I learned that our energy company was merging with a larger energy company to create a 15-year plan to further their dirty energy practices, I immediately thought of the environment and the repercussions that it would feel. Duke Power and Progress Energy plan to raise the cost of energy to build more fossil fuel burning power plants. More power plants, which leads to more pollution, more health risks, more loss of our natural world, and more money taken from people who cannot afford to give up any more money. If citizens are being asked to spend more money on energy, then it should be for trying to help our world and reduce pollution from energy. Instead of moving forward, this plan is moving backwards. Instead of looking to new energy sources, such as solar or wind, it is creating even more of the power plants that got people into this dirty mess in the first place. Oftentimes, I am told that the environmental problems that our world faces today are not my generation's fault, but that it is still our job to fix them. As if this is not a daunting enough task, people are still creating even more problems and not thinking about sustainable practices for future generations. We should not be waiting to fix these problems. We should be taking immediate action and reversing past failed ways to make room for new solutions. Our climate is changing, and this is in large part because of the fossil fuels being burned. If we continue to burn these fossil fuels, our climate will continue to drastically change unless we do something to stop it. Nowadays, children do not spend as much time outdoors as they should, and it is partly due to the loss and destruction of the environment. We have to stop destroying the precious nature that is left so that children will have the opportunity to hear birds singing, to splash around in a creek, or discover the astounding leaves that change color in the fall. Do you want that all to disappear? How did nature affect your childhood? Our world is slowly dying and humans are the killers. Do you want to help change that or continue murdering our beautiful earth? Please do not support this rate hike plan to continue burning fossil fuels that will be detrimental to the citizens of North Carolina. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Bob Gale, and then it would be Richard Gintz, and then Kathy Scott.
Yes.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Robert Gale, G-A-L-E.
And what is your address?
I live at 15 Adamswood Road in Asheville.
And you're a Progress customer?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed with your statement.
Okay. I'd like to thank the Utilities Commission for offering this opportunity tonight. I know it's not fun to do these things. I'm going to speak loud. I'll try to speak loud. I couldn't hear most of what was said tonight, so I know I'll repeat some things, but I just have to shoot from the dark here. As a residential customer of Progress Energy, I have some basic questions and concerns and some broader concerns. Basic ones. My family has experienced continuously rising power bills over time, but our incomes not matched this and other living expense increases. Now Progress is proposing a more major increase. I'm concerned about what this will mean to my family's power bill. I'm also concerned about fairness. Will industries, banks, and large businesses, for example, pay the same rate per kilowatt that I'm going to be paying? If I am having difficulty making ends meet, what will happen to those who are much, much worse off than I am and my family? The Utilities Commission should require Progress Energy to provide all of their residential customers with a reasonable prediction of their future bills. I propose sending all residential customers a sample bill with the increase. I think that might register with people more than talking in generalities of percentages. And this should be done before any increase. That's just a suggestion. I'd love to see you do this. It doesn't make me particularly happy to learn that these questions I learned tonight are going to be decided through litigation. That doesn't give me a lot of confidence. Along broader concerns, I'm concerned about the actual need for this increase. I've heard a lot about how people are using more energy, or we need to use more energy, we need to require more use of different fossil fuels, but I've not heard anything talked about on energy efficiency, which would reduce the need for more reliance on fossil fuels. I also see a movement toward a greater shift. I see no movement or greater shift toward alternative energy forms, and in fact, I'm reading in the media that Duke is now pushing for a movement away from some of the energy incentives in the state. This is unwise both economically and environmentally. Finally, though natural gas is being promoted as a silver bullet toward U.S. energy independence, and it may indeed help provide a bridge toward other alternative forms of energy, natural gas is accompanied by a large elephant in the room. It's called fracking, and in a number of cases has become a serious threat to drinking water supplies. Neither the state nor the energy industry has satisfied the public that proper study and safeguards are being taken.
Risking the main resource required by all living organisms is, to me, unconscionable. Now, I am very glad that the proposed increase has been reduced. That was good to hear that. But I'd like to see a focus on energy efficiency and an increasing shift toward, not a retreat from, alternative energy. No, we can't jump right into it, but we should be shifting toward it instead of trying to back away from it and staying addicted to historic forms of energy, such as fossil fuels. Now, finally, I'll just say, and I say this with all due respect to all of you here, I serve on a number of commissions, and I've had my own dealings with people who get up at microphones and talk. But I have to tell you that it does not give me a great deal of confidence that you can make the right decision on something as complicated as this when either you or your staff didn't have the foresight to provide microphones for yourself and for the public here. But I say that, again, with respect, and I do thank you sincerely for offering this hearing, and I don't mean anything bad by that. Thank you.
Richard Gintz.
Would like to affirm. I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
My name is Richard Genz, that's G-E-N-Z.
And what is your address?
350 Sunset Drive, Asheville.
And you're a Progress customer?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
Good evening, members of the Commission. Welcome to Asheville. I'd like to pass along a message from the Green Grannies that they really appreciate that you remain to hear their songs during the break. On a more serious note, as for tonight's business, I think the big problem that we have here with this progress rate filing is that, frankly, you commissioners are being asked to price the wrong business model, because Progress is not proposing to supply electricity using the least cost mix of resources, not now and not in the future. So how can this commission approve new base rates? As you know, Progress is using nuclear, coal, and gas to keep the lights on here tonight, and it plans to keep on using that mix of sources. And I have to say, as someone who loves the mountains here, as so many of us do, that I think about it frequently, the fact that these lights are being powered thanks to the destruction of mountaintops in West Virginia and our very same ecosystem. And that's really a sickening realization that's the society that we are now inhabiting. That can be different. Efficiency is much cheaper than any other source of energy services. It's about 2.5 cents per kilowatt hour. But Progress proposes to tap only a tiny fraction of its well-documented potential. An efficiency-centered utility would use energy efficiency to displace nuclear and fossil fuels to supply the same energy services that we now enjoy for substantially less money. But that nuclear fossil fuel mix is what Progress has proposed as the basis for this rate increase. I urge this Commission to require Progress to bring efficiency fully online as a power source, one that competes head-to-head with nuclear, gas, and coal. Then the Commission can determine the revenue required for the company's new and sustainable business model. Duke Energy's former Vice President, Theodore E. Schultz, testified to this commission on July 29, 2008, and he said, quote, "Our customers are looking for solutions that avoid or delay all types of new generation and achieve long-term sustainable efficiency gains. The goal of energy efficiency is to avoid or delay building all types of power plants." End quote. Ladies and gentlemen, what are we waiting for? Commission consultants and the Duke executive have made the case for why a utility should source power from efficiency first. The investor-owned utilities industry has made the case too. So with your permission, I would like to submit for the record this report for the Edison Institute. It evaluates business models for sustainable efficiency businesses and examines, quote, why regulated utilities are uniquely positioned to move electricity markets for rapid efficiency improvement. Progress obeys the rules that you set, and it will respond to the financial incentives that you create. I urge you to say no to Duke's corporate power and make Progress Energy into a leader that serves ordinary citizens with cheap, clean power. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we would ask that that report be identified as Richard Yentz Exhibit 1. Thank you. Kathy Scott.
I will affirm.
Solemnly affirm the testimony about to give in this case is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Kathy Scott, S-C-O-T-T.
And what is your address?
53 Mount Olive Church Road.
And you are a Progress customer?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed.
Thank you. First, I want to thank all of you commissioners for coming to Asheville, and welcome to Asheville. We asked that you come to this part of the state to hear our testimony, and you heard us and you came, so thank you. Rate increases are about more than just the increase that we'll see on our utility bill. Rate increases tell us how a company is running its business. What does Progress Energy plan to do with that additional annual $385 million? I think this is the most important question for everyone to know the answer to, and for you to consider as you make your decision about granting the rate increase. First, the rate hike includes an increase in the rate of return for folks who have invested in Progress Energy. Progress Energy would like to offer its investors a return of 11.25%. That's 11.25%. I would be happy with that return on my savings account at the credit union, and I bet everyone here would be happy with that rate of return, even a rate half of that or a third of that. My 5-year certificate of deposit pays me 1.5%, and my savings account pays about half of that. So, Progress Energy wants to reward its investors with a rate of return that is 7 times what I get for loaning my money to the local credit union to do all the good work that they do. Well, okay, it's riskier to invest in a utility than it is in a credit union, especially when Progress Energy is continuing to invest in fossil fuel generated and nuclear generated electricity. The cost of fossil fuels in light of increased federal regulation of the air and water, and I say thank you to the EPA for sticking up for my daughter's right to breathe clean air and to drink clean water. The costs of fossil fuel generation are going to go up. They can't help but go up because fossil fuels are in limited supply. The costs of nuclear energy are going up. And on page 5 of Progress Energy's application to you for this rate hike, they tell you that part of the reason that they need to raise money is, quote, for increased expenses related to nuclear operations.
Could you say that again?
Yes. Progress Energy, on page 5 of their application, states that one of the reasons for asking for the rate increase is to pay for increased costs of nuclear operation. But while I read through this application, this that follows was the real kicker for me. Progress Energy is asking for more money because, right there again on page 5, they say $19 million of the requested increase is attributable to lower usage per customer and slower growth. That's right. Because we're using less electricity, remembering to turn off the lights when we leave the room, we're replacing our light bulbs with compact fluorescents, we're insulating our attic spaces. Because of that, PE wants to raise our rates. What is wrong with this picture? Everything is wrong with this picture. Our utility company, and let's get real for a minute, we are calling it Progress Energy, but we all know it's Duke Energy, the largest utility company in the United States, and it has a monopoly and has enormous political power here in North Carolina. Our utility company's business plan is currently set up to work against the very things that we need as citizens. We need decreased energy generation through energy efficiency programs readily available to everyone. We need investment in clean, renewable energy. We need it, but our children and our grandchildren and the health of this planet need it even more. And we need a business plan that allows a utility to thrive as a business by meeting benchmarks for reducing need. These increased rates do not work towards reaching any of those three goals. Before you grant a rate hike to Duke Energy Progress, I feel it is your duty as commissioners to uphold your mandate, which includes shaping Duke Energy into a monopoly charged with serving the public interest, because currently they are very, very far from doing that. Thank you for your time and your interest.
Thank you. Next speaker is the next speaker is Teddy Jordan, and then Valerie Ho, and then Edward Dale.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Teddy Jordan, Jordan, 30 Normandy Road, Asheville, and I am a Progress Energy customer.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Chairman and Commissioners, for this opportunity to address you tonight. I appreciate that. I do not support any rate increase. I believe that continuing to rely on fossil fuels and nuclear energy is old technology. It's short-term. It's a short-term view. It's just wrong. It takes the easy way out. We have the technology. We have the knowledge to do it differently. What we're lacking is the will. And I'm looking at you to hopefully help Duke Energy and Progress Energy get the courage to move it in the right direction and move away from fossil fuels. I want clean energy. I want a clean environment. I want to help our existing population and all the future populations. And we've got to quit taking the easy way out. I implore you. Thank you.
Valerie Ho.
I will affirm.
Solemnly affirm. Testimony about to give this case with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Valerie Ho, H-O-H.
And what is your address?
35 Finley Avenue, Asheville. And I am a Progress Energy customer.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Commissioners, for listening to us all tonight. And I just want to thank all the eloquent speakers that spoke before me. And I will take your advice and say something very short, because they've said it all better than I can. I just want to ask Progress Energy to invest in doing things that will directly help with their paying customers by investing in weatherizing old homes. You'll be helping a poor homeowner. If you invest in clean energy, you will not be causing more harm to the environment in North Carolina, which relies on tourists for our economy, and they come here for the beauty of our state. I urge you, the Utilities Commission, not to allow any further increase in rates, but instead require Progress Energy to do what's right for all of us who live here, and to increase their investments in clean energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward Dale. The next three will be Charles Jansen, Dan Clare and Kendall Hull.
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
My name is Edward Dale, D-A-L-E. I live at 162 Governor's View Road, right over here in Asheville, North Carolina. I am also a student in the Sustainable Technologies curriculum here at Asheville Buncombe Tech. It is one of the few of its kind and one of the best that there is in this whole entire country. Reality is that no, we cannot move forward on fossil fuels. It is a degrading, undermining reality for our children and our future. It is hazardous. Everywhere they frack for natural gas, the water, the earth, and the animals are all poisoned. Farms, ranchers, people cannot keep their cattle alive and in healthy condition. How can we feed harmful meat and food to humans? We can't grow it like that. We have to move our cattle. We have to find another grazing land. There's so many things that are just wrong with going with unnatural resources. Everybody says wind and solar. I hear that. Fact is that all the energy that we get has been produced by the sun. It has been sequestered by the trees and the plants, and then it has been eaten by dinosaurs and other animals, and then it has been deposited into the earth to make an environment that we can actually survive in. Not like live well, but survive, period. Reality is that if we follow this course that progress wants to take, the same thing is going to happen here as is in Wyoming, in Colorado, and any other place that they frack for natural gas. The earth, the animals, and the people are going to die. They're going to suffer. The only way to move forward is to invest in alternative fuels, alternative resources. Wind power, we don't have the greatest wind power in this state. Oh, but then we have hydraulic power. No, not the most of that. But then we have tidal power. The ocean continuously moves. And this power is created by the moon, not the sun. It just keeps going because that's what the moon makes it do. We have to diversify. We have to look for new power. We have to use technologies that have been existing for hundreds of years that have been pushed to the side because people like the coal industry and the diesel fuel industry have pushed it to the side. Stirling cycle engines are something that was created by two brothers more than 100 years ago to compete with this diesel engine, to compete with the steam engine. It has been misnamed as an external combustion engine, when in all reality is an external heat and a differential heat engine. It takes a difference of heat, approximately 500 or more degrees difference in heat. It doesn't take 500 degrees worth of temperature to make it operate. It takes a difference of 500 degrees. You can have something cold and something hot, 50 degrees below, 50 degrees above. This thing will operate efficiently. There's actually an engine, a Stirling cycle engine that is powered by the sun that has actually made a record-breaking breakthrough of 32% efficiency of conversion of solar energy straight to electricity. This is not just PV. This is not 12 volts, 52 volts. This is 480 volts, three-phase electrical grade power, 60 kilowatts per leg per dish. 60 kilowatts. Why are we pursuing fossil fuels? We will destroy the earth if we keep on the track that we are. And your children and their children will feel the brunt of this effect. Thank you.
Thank you. You are a Progress Energy customer?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Very good.
Charles Jansen, here. Thank you.
I will affirm. I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Charles Jansen, Jansen.
What is your address?
720, wrong address. 98 Dorchester Avenue, Asheville, North Carolina, 28806.
And you are a Progress customer?
I am.
Please proceed.
So, about this rate hike request from Progress Energy Carolinas, I see that there's been a little shuffling behind closed doors. Maybe Progress has finally realized that theirs is a deeply flawed business model based on building more and more expensive and unneeded generation plants used to justify ever higher rates. Rates that weigh most heavily, as many have spoken to, rates that weigh most heavily on households, many of which struggle at the bottom of our economy. But the respected American Council for Energy Efficient Economy has demonstrated that instead of using more and more power every year, a serious efficiency campaign would result in North Carolina using 5% less energy in 2025 than we do today, even while powering a population of 3 million more people and a much bigger economy. The Council documents that how we can eliminate the need for at least 24% of the power we are now on track to generate and pay for. And there's a reference in these comments which I'll give a copy to after I speak. Late in the 1970s, shortly after I bought my first home in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, I found myself pretty hard pressed to pay the mortgage and the bills, which included student loans. I just started a good job teaching at Middle Tennessee State University, but the starting pay was only $12,000. So I paid attention when I saw a note in the Murfreesboro Electric Department's bill that offered to weatherize my 1920s bungalow, allowing me to pay for the cost in installments added to my regular bill over the subsequent, I think, 1.5 years it was. I opted in and saw the benefits of reduced costs right away, making it easier to pay a marginally higher bill for a short period of time. Now I own a 1920s bungalow in Asheville, and I wish that Progress would offer something similar in North Carolina as part of the demand-side reductions their business model is supposed to include. Investments in new buildings, weatherizing old homes, more efficient appliances, and more efficient transmission lines, as you have heard before tonight, but it bears repeating, would eliminate the need for new power plants. Further, these kinds of investments keep money in our communities, put people to work, and have an end result of saving homeowners money. I'm retired, and I spent some time volunteering with the Council on Aging, taking older adults mostly to their medical appointments. Many are poor and living with children or in energy inefficient house trailers. I hear lots of stories about rising costs of medicines and utilities. Betty L., for example, ekes out a living on Social Security and a dead husband's pension. She wants to live a more social life, but finds herself isolated in a trailer park and unable to drive. She has fewer options to get out since any pleasure trip means extra expenses. Increasingly disconnected from the stream of contemporary life, the indignity of any rate hike feels a little like a vice slowly tightening. She knows and worries that something must eventually break. If, on the other hand, Progress instituted an inverted utility rate, a structure different from the one we have, that charged more money according to the amount of energy used, Betty would have less to worry about. Indeed, such a rate structure, while encouraging conservation measures among the biggest customers, could also set up a community fund to help those least able to pay. Conservation means less need for Progress to have capital expenditures, less reason, therefore, for them to have these rate increases. Progress should focus on building energy-efficient programs in North Carolina which would improve our quality of life while conserving energy. If we're using less energy, we won't need new natural gas plants and can phase out old coal plants. In conclusion, Progress Energy and Duke must find another way to do business in North Carolina. A way that is sustainable because it creates value for communities as well as stockholders. A way that upgrades conservation efforts so that we can all be more resilient during economic downturns. And a way that takes better care of people like Betty. I thank you for your time, for your attention, and for your public service. There, I have copies of this. Yep.
Dan, clear.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's all right. I'll affirm. I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
It's Dan Clear, C-L-E-R-E. I live at 232 Bent Creek Ranch Road in Asheville, and I am a Progress customer.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. I've been a Progress customer for the past 8 years. The majority of that time, my wife and I have been paying for shares of NC Green Power, and we are enrolled in the EnergyWise program that Progress offers. And we do appreciate all those programs, and we'd love to see more of them. We oppose the rate hike for numerous reasons. Foremost is the fact that Progress plans to use the additional revenue to build more capacity to burn more fossils. It is a fact that we waste the majority of electricity we currently produce. We need common sense, aggressive, demand-side management of energy. This is where this commission often cites its mandate and kicks the can down the road. Most of you interpret this commission's mandate to preclude any sort of demand-side management. Your record demonstrates your focus on supply. Much of the mandate does actually encourage conservation, although it is less specific as to how to accomplish that. The least cost portion of your mandate should certainly include all the currently externalized costs that don't show up on Progress's balance sheets. These are things like the mercury in our lakes and the fact that my daughter's lungs are used as filters for their coal emissions without her consent. Experience tells you it's easy to increase supply. Just burn more dirty energy and pretend it's a good thing. I implore this commission to forego any rate increases and any increases in fossil fuel fired capacity until you have in place an effective and aggressive conservation strategy. I ask that you work with the legislature to create a new mandate that creates a win-win situation for North Carolinians and our utilities rather than the existing win-lose scenario that only rewards the utility shareholders while the rest of us get sick and go broke breathing their pollution. I understand that the current system of ratepayers, utility monopolies, this politically appointed commission, and the state legislature is built to perpetuate the profligate waste that has brought us here today to grow the monster a little bit more. This is why I'm asking this commission to petition the legislature for a new mandate worthy of our people that transitions our great state away from fossils and toward a combination of renewable energy and efficiency. Hydrologic fracturing of natural gas is not a clean fuel. Just a few years ago, natural gas was a clean fuel, as clean as fossil fuels could get. Just in the last few years, it has become an extremely dirty fuel, and that's something that this commission really needs to embrace when they think about this specific effort by Progress to come back off of coal and to add more of natural gas to the mix. When considering the requested rate increase, has this commission considered that the cost of natural gas is at an all-time low? Have you considered that you recently granted this utility an unprecedented monopoly and as a result an enormous economy of scale? And I'd love to know, those are rhetorical questions, but I'd love to know how those things played into your consideration of this rate increase given those two facts. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And the next three would be Stephen Norris, and Julia Rankin.
Yeah, I do. My name's Kendall Hale.
Please spell your last name.
Hale.
And what is your address?
372 Sharon Road in Fairview.
And you are a Progress customer?
I am.
Okay, please proceed with your statement.
It's amazing to be talking before you 2 times in 1 week. I spoke at length with many other people at the IRP. So you know why I was unhappy with that 20-year plan, and I don't need to speak in so much detail. I told you a lot about myself and my family at that hearing, as you may recall. But when I sat down this afternoon just to try to think of how I would be succinct, and I don't want, again, to take up too much time and repeat everyone else, but there were 4 words that came to my mind. Number 1, exploitation. Number 2, dirty energy. Number 3, corruption and lack of transparency. And number 4, I oppose this. So to start with, I think the fact that the North Carolinians are now facing economic challenges that were created by Wall Street and the 1% in the crash of 2008 and have not really fully recovered from that worst depression since 1929. I think that asking for any kind of a rate increase at this point is highly unconscionable, and as many people here have so eloquently stated, will make life much harder for many. The other thing is, again, the rate hike is for Duke Progress Duke. It's a utility company, it's merged. I don't really understand why there are 2 separate hearings. It's one corporation, one holding company, and we have 2 separate hearings. But since that is the case, once again, the whole business model is based on what I feel, and many others here, is an outdated 20th century fossil fuel business model. I think we need a green utility that runs off safe and renewable energy, as many have stated, and one that will put the health of our children, our communities, and our economy number 1 first. The corruption for me, I just learned earlier today that one of our leading environmental organizations, NC Warren, has uncovered some evidence that Duke Progress, an unregulated monopoly, now one of the largest in the world, is gaming this rate-setting process to raise revenue for power plant conversion, upgrading, and overhauling. And I don't understand why this whole rate-setting process is kept so secret from the public. I feel like it's not transparent. It's very difficult to understand, and I know that the public staff is forced to read thousands and thousands of pages. So I feel that the possibility that the average citizen may end up paying 10.5 cents per kilowatt, and large corporations like Google and others that are the largest users of energy in our state might end up paying 4 cents per kilowatt hour. I find that very disturbing, and I don't like the fact that they're deals being made almost behind our backs. That's the way it feels to me. And I think in some ways the most disturbing part of all this, and I did allude to this last week, I feel that I don't have much faith and confidence in what I see as this revolving door. I see a revolving door that starts often with someone who works for Duke Progress, and then they end up being a lobbyist, and then, you know, they might end up in the legislature, and then now they're actually the governor, Governor Patrick McCrory, who has worked for Duke for 27 years and owns millions of dollars worth of stocks, and is now, you know, going along with SB 10, Senate Bill 10, which would allow him to get rid of all of you if he chooses to and appoint other people that he likes and wants that represent him. And I find that a serious conflict of interest. I myself had an opportunity to be a lobbyist, but certainly not the kind of lobbyist that works for Duke or Progress. I went a couple of years ago with one of our wonderful organizations here, a long-time organization, the Canary Coalition, and it was sponsored by our representative, Patsy Keever. and it was a rate restructuring bill. And it would have done exactly what everybody in this room is talking about. It would have inverted the rate structure. It would have set incentives for the utility to actually use energy efficiency and to turn the whole thing around so that the more you use, the more energy you use, the more you pay, and the less you use, the less you pay. But quite frankly, almost every legislature that I spoke to, and I'm talking about both Democrats and Republicans, they said to me, you know what, I like the idea of this rate restructuring bill, but I can't support it because I have Duke in my backyard. That really bothers me. So I oppose this rate hike based on all of what I've said. And actually, honestly, if Progress came to me today and said, you know what, Ms. Hale, I'd like you to pay a little more money, maybe 5.9%, even 14%, I would probably happily pay for it if I knew that it was run, that this corporation was run on clean energy. I would be willing to pay it. But I am not going to pay 1 cent more, and I will oppose even half a cent more as long as it is still being run on dirty energy. Thank you for your time.
Barclay back there can answer some technical questions for them about why there's cases or something you'd like to talk about. Okay.
Steve Norris.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
My name is Stephen Norris. My last name is Norris. I live at 372 Sharon Road in Fairview, and I am a Progress customer.
Please proceed with your statement.
I've had many thoughts tonight as I've listened to the testimony, and there's been testimony about lots of things. There are many ways in which I would like to oppose this proposed rate hike. One thing that strikes me really clearly that nobody has mentioned is that this is what democracy looks like. This is what the people of North Carolina are thinking. This is what the people of Asheville are thinking. And I hope that that registers with you. We had 2 statements at the beginning, or 3, one from Progress, one from Biltmore Farms, and one from SIBO in favor of this rate hike. We have had no testimony, none whatsoever, from anybody else in favor of this. That speaks to me loudly about what we're about here tonight, and perhaps what your responsibilities are. This is a democracy. I assume all of you have embraced democracy as a principle. If you have embraced democracy as a principle, I don't know how you could possibly support this rate hike or support the IRP, which Duke had discussed in Charlotte last week. Last week in Charlotte, nobody spoke in favor of the Duke IRP. So I'm wondering what's going on here, and I hope you will pay attention to that. One other relatively simple point I want to make about the specific proposal. The proposal, as you know, is not for a hike in the rates of customers. The proposal is a revenue increase, and this was pointed out by the gentleman at the beginning of the hearing. We don't know at this point. The average rate hike, I guess, that's being proposed is 5.7% over 2 years. What we don't know is what proportion of that is going to the residential customers, what proportion is going to commercial customers, and what is going to industrial customers. So, and my wife, who is always a hard act to follow, and whose act I had to follow on Thursday, pointed out that the average residential rate right now is in 10.5% range. The average commercial and industrial rate is around 4%. Now, what's very interesting to me from what I have found out is that the demand for increased energy in this state is coming from residential and commercial customers, especially commercial customers, especially some of the most wealthy corporations in the world, Google. They are the ones who are demanding, and I guess have been promised in secret or maybe even public deals by Duke, maybe, but I don't know who's involved in this, to get increased energy at very low cost, in the 4 cent per kilowatt hour range, I guess. And apparently, I've been told that this is not even public information, so, but I'm not sure of that. But the negotiations certainly aren't public. They are hidden from our view. Now, what we are being asked for is for a rate increase that poor and working people and middle-class people are being forced to pay for increased electric demand on the part of the wealthiest corporations in this country. There's something wrong with that. We had a movement 2 years ago called Occupy, which was exactly about that kind of process happening on a national scale and even an international scale. It should not happen in North Carolina. And you folks, for good or better, or for good or worse, have the responsibility of making that decision. Are you going to give low rates to the wealthiest corporations and require residential customers, myself, the people in this room, most of the people in this room, and some poor, very poor people who, most of whom are not here tonight, who couldn't even maybe afford to get here, and you're going to force us to pay higher rates so that Google can have this 4 cent per kilowatt hour rate. If that's the case, then something's very wrong and democracy is not working. Thank you for your attention.
Julia Rankin.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
My name is Julia Rankin, R-A-N-K-I-N.
And what is your address?
171 Druid Drive in West Asheville.
And you are a Progress Energy customer?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. I came to North Carolina in 1987, and I was drawn to Asheville and Western North Carolina because I wanted to be with my aging parents. My daughter was with me. I also was just overwhelmed by the great beauty surrounding me in this area. We had done our homework before we moved here. I'm here tonight to mainly speak as a senior, but I have to tell you that after being here tonight, I could never live any other place than in Asheville, North Carolina. I am concerned for my fellow senior citizens, but I am more concerned about the future of my daughter and all the younger generations. When my time comes, I want to know that all of you will not have to face the problems that we are facing now. I was going to talk a lot about my personal story, but it's getting late. I can tell you that I live on a fixed Social Security income, and because of a past marriage, I hate to admit it, but I was one part of the 1%ers, and I am happy now to not be a part of the 1%ers. I then became a middle-class person. Now, thanks to the extreme cost of living that concern the basic necessities of life, not frivolities, gasoline, utilities, food, I wish some of you could have grown to, I've seen people cry in the store because they cannot afford to get food. Anyway, my life changed because unexpected things happen in life. After I moved here, my dad, who was, someone told me to mention this, he was Congressional Medal of Honor during World War II. He was a physicist. He was a physicist turned environmentalist, and he started a master's degree program at the University of Miami in Oxford, Ohio, recognized by the United Nations as being one of the top in the world. Okay, he dies prematurely in 1990. Unknown to me, my mother had early stages, and to him at the time, my mother had early stage Alzheimer's. So I ended up looking after her for 11 years. I would not turn her over, not my mom, to any nursing home who was ill-equipped to take care of special needs people having Alzheimer's and being wheelchair bound, and the fact that she had always been a wonderful, strong-minded, independent woman who would not face her condition, and she was a handful. But I was able to look after her, and she died peacefully, happily in her sleep. Now, finished with that, what I want to say now is that I, frankly, in this day and time, am grateful to have a roof over my head. I know many people and have met many homeless people who don't have that luxury. However, I do live in a house built in the early 1920s. It has no central heat or cooling and needs to be weatherized for the sake of energy efficiency and reduced energy bills. Of course, I know all this, but I cannot afford at this point to do anything about it. However, and I do rely on old electric heaters, ceiling fans in the summer, and frankly, I have invested my money in quality thermal underwear. I have a question to ask. I plan, no matter what, to have my house weatherized, and then I want to have solar energy. But if I weatherize my house, if I and other fellow citizens do weatherize, how do we know that the increased utility rates would not wipe out any savings that we should expect for having more efficiency homes? Why should we be penalized for doing the right thing? Now I'm going to skip some of what I have to say because it's already been said. I have been trying to become more knowledgeable in the technicalities of everything involving the environment, but mainly I will speak as a regular citizen. I know enough already to know that I want North Carolina to produce its own energy. I want it to be self-sustainable. It can be. I don't want it to have to go to mainly Kentucky and West Virginia to buy what it needs to produce this energy. North Carolina has the means to produce wind-powered and solar energy. I have done my homework. Why should, and as I said, We shouldn't have to support from other states what is necessary to produce our industry. We have people more than willing, ready for that training, ready to be trained, ready to be educated, and to work in the many jobs that would be created. We also have, obviously, the very creative and bright people in this state who can make all of this happen. I have confidence in the people of my state and am proud of it. I hope you do too. In closing, I do not want my money going to anything that will endanger our land, our water, and our air. I know about the existing dangers and the dangers that might exist, dangers we might not even know about unless further research is allowed. Yes, I know what coal ash can do and what it already is doing to Asheville and the problems involved with the storage facility at Progress. As a private citizen, I resent the public having to pay for the messes that Progress Energy has made. They should pay to clean up their own message. They should be responsible, be financially responsible for any improvements or construction that they do. If they cannot afford this through their great profits, they should not exist, in my opinion. After all, normal citizens pay for his or her own homes. If I or someone else does damage to another's property or physical well-being, we will be held responsible. As your decision with regard to rate hikes and other matters concerning energy involve economic, legal, and moral issues, please consider all of these issues when deciding how to deal with Progress Energy and Duke Energy. Yes, I have to mention Duke because all the citizens of North Carolina and their concerns are important to me. In the end, I hope that you will do what is in the best interest of our state, your state, and the vast majority of all of our citizens. Thank you for your time.
How many still on the list? Probably close to 30, 25, 30.
Ms. Rankin did a great job there, but she took a lot of time, so I'm going to ask you one more time. Somebody has said what you've said, sort of make it succinct so that all the people who were left on that list can testify before it snows outside.
Okay, the next witness is Kathy Holt. Bill Maloney will be after her, and then Terry Fust.
Kathy Holt, C-A-T-H-Y, H-O-L-T, 84 Vance Crescent Extension, Asheville 28806.
And you are a Progress customer?
Yes, sir, I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
Members of the Utilities Commission, I'm speaking on behalf of helping Progress and Duke to meet our energy needs without building new gas-fired or any other power plants. Without building any new power plants at all, North Carolina's needs for electricity can be met much more cheaply through energy efficiency alone, without even including the need for solar or wind. This does not mean people turning down thermostats and shivering in the winter or turning off their air conditioning and sweltering in the summer. It does mean things like weatherizing the leaky homes of low-income people, saving them half their electric heating bill, at the same time as shaving off those troublesome peaks of energy use on cold mornings. It's those peaks, as well as the peaks on the hot summer afternoons, that occasionally cause Duke to have to buy energy from outside the state, and that are part of Duke's reason for needing more power plants. We know that Duke earns profits from big construction projects, and we want that whole paradigm to change, to resemble more the way utilities work in California and a few other states as well. There, the utilities make their money because they invest in such things as weatherization or efficient windows for their ratepayers' homes. Those ratepayers are paying a little higher rate per kilowatt hour for electricity, but the amount they are using is so much less that their bill each month ends up being less. In large commercial buildings, cogeneration or combined heat and power can utilize heat that is otherwise wasted. And that heat that is normally wasted in a coal-fired or a nuclear plant is actually 2/3 of the energy that is there, that is burned. That's 2/3 of that energy that can be easily reclaimed and recaptured in a large commercial situation. This leads to a lower bill for heating and electricity than before. Europe, for example, is a leader in cogeneration. One of the reasons why their CO2 footprint and their energy usage is so much less than that in the United States, while giving a higher standard of living to most of their citizens. A utilities commission has the power. You all have this power to make these kinds of changes that can benefit everyone. So I urge you, you've got the power, please use it for a cleaner planet. Thank you very much.
Bill Maloney.
Thank you. Bill Maloney, 100 Hawk Ridge, and I'm a customer, Asheville.
Could you please spell your last name?
Someone swear the testimony about the investigation with the whole doesn't have to
Yes, thank you.
Can you please spell your last name?
Maloney.
Okay, very good. Please proceed.
Okay. I apologize. Our county could have done better with some microphones since you're our guests, and usually guests don't bring microphones. I want to say thank you. One thing that I've found is that as an individual, I have done the CFL bulbs, the blanket around the heater and so forth, the hot water heater, and turn down the lights and all that kind of stuff. What I'm looking for is a utility that can lead us, because they can carry a big stick with this thing. They can either go with renewables or they can keep up the same old thing. As a country, we are 5% of the globe, and we use about 20% of the world's energy. We all know that 97% of verified scientists say that global warming is happening and humans are contributing to it. It's not a up for grabs thing right now. So tonight what we're looking at is something that is important that we need to address, and the rate thing and all that's tied together. If right now there were a fire outside this building, we would be out of here. And what's happening with the global warming is sometimes people don't get it because it is so slow, but it's not going to affect us in the room. We're probably going to be gone. But our grandkids, if this thing hits another 4 degrees Celsius in the next 50, 100 years, this city and this area is not going to look the way it does today. Is beautiful and so on. Things are going to change. What I was concerned about is that in the IRP, the document that's going forward, there are no renewables. There are none. So we're doing the same thing, And people that do the same thing and expect different results are called crazy. So what I would like to see us do is with this thing is renewables have got to be in this program if they go ahead. We can't keep doing the same thing and blowing up mountaintops and putting topsoil in streams. It doesn't make any sense. It might be a great money-making paradigm if you have this type of equipment, but we need to change, and I think we're here tonight to say that we would like to change. You've heard people say that, and I don't need to go through that. 14% is a lot. Remember March the 1st, about midnight, we all went through the sequestration thing? You know, and so people are going to be furloughed. They're going to be people without jobs. We've got a lot of Hispanic people in this community that have trailers, that have low income. There's a lot of people around that have a tough time right now. I'm a businessman. If I sold my same product to you and increased it for 14%, you know, I'd need to give you something else, a little quid pro quo. So I would ask of this utility what a lot of these speakers have said. You know, kind of flip the paradigm. If you use more, maybe you pay more. Some incentives you could give to customers that might be on their bill. If I do this and that, maybe I get a better break. One lady talked about insulating her home. When you have congestion on the highway, you don't have to build more roads. When you have power issues, you can save. You don't have to keep building these things. And you guys are the commissioners that have the power to make some sense out of this. You know, if there were a small rate increase, if they said we're going to go with all renewables, we're going to have incentives, we're going to put that wind power stuff back on the east coast of North Carolina that was there at a time they were looking at it, it's gone, that wind farm, then fine, I would say let's go ahead. If if it's reasonable, you need something, fine. But no, not 14% if we're going to do the same game, because it is just unhealthy and it's immoral, and it really doesn't help any of us, and so on. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Carry first.
I'd like to affirm.
Solemnly affirm the testimony about to give this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
I affirm.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Yes, Curry First, F-I-R-S-T. Address 578 Broadway, Asheville. I am a customer.
Please proceed with your statement.
I had prepared some substantive remarks, but I'm not going to use those. Rather, I'm looking at this commission, I'm saying, shame on you. Now, why am I doing that? I think the setup of this proceeding demonstrates that you don't really respect the public here today. A lot of people have talked about microphones. At the very beginning of this proceeding, a couple minutes after 7, the presiding officer started giving an opening statement, and 15 people about said, we can't hear you, what's happening? We want microphones. And I think people were worried they're going to be here for 3 hours, and they're going to miss a lot of testimony. We need to have microphones with everybody speaking. We need to have microphones with the people from the public speaking. Number 2, if you showed more respect for this public hearing, you'd have a larger room. At 7:15, you had many people along the walls. You had a lot of people with white hair and gray hair lining the walls. If the weather would have been a little bit better, you'd probably have 40 more people here. And this room wouldn't hold it, and people would be locked out because there's an occupancy permit. You need to think about those things. We're here today to talk to you, and we want to see the people, the public speaking, but we don't. All we see is their backs. All people can see now is my backs. You say this is like a judicial proceeding. In a courtroom, there are witnesses who sit and can see the judge and can see the jury, and the public in the courtroom can see the people speaking. You need to do that. There was a break tonight, finally, and there's people out in the hall. And all of a sudden people are saying, where's the water fountain? And I went up to a police officer and said, where's the water fountain? There's no water fountain. Get water out of the sink in the bathroom. So I want you to engage with us. There's no questions from the commission. We understand tonight this is a proceeding for the public to speak, and that's what we want. But if you would ask one question every 20 minutes, we would feel some sense of engagement with you, some connection with you. It would make us feel better. We don't have lawyers, we don't have lobbyists. We're here, and we want your respect, and we want your support. And we hope in the future that these proceedings are made friendly for the public. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Jeannie Rosenthal, and the next one after her will be Cam Murchison, and then Steve Reinhold.
Jeannie says she left. Everything's been said.
Okay, Jeannie's left. Cam Murchison.
solemnly swear the testimony about to give this case to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
My name is Cam Murkison, M-U-R-C-H-I-S-O-N. I live at 37 Wood Robin Lane in Black Mountain, North Carolina.
And you are a Progress customer?
I am indeed.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you, members of the commission. I won't read my statement because, not surprisingly, most of the things I have on my list have been touched on. I was to speak specifically as a member of the faith community. I am a Presbyterian minister, recently retired from teaching in theological education, and now serve as an Earth Stewardship theologian, volunteer capacity at the Montreat Presbyterian Church. So many of the concerns that have been enunciated tonight, I share out of a very specific faith perspective that I think represents a fair number of our community. Two points I would make, and then submit my statement to you for inclusion in the record. Insightful scientists and business leaders collaborating in such enterprises as the Rocky Mountain Institute have pointed promising directions to the future that portend an 80% reduction in our dependence on fossil fuels by 2050 through simultaneous emphasis on efficiency, new technologies, and cleaner forms of energy. It is disheartening that there is no hint of such an energy future in Progress Energy's plans for new natural gas plants and refurbishing coal plants. I have no objection to Progress Energy asking more of us as consumers of the energy they produce, assuming safeguards are in place for the most economically disadvantaged. But they should ask of us more than increased rates. They should ask for an increased commitment to efficiency, new technology, and cleaner forms of energy. A balance needs to be struck not just between customers of and investors in energy companies. A more crucial balance needs to be struck between these customers, investors, and energy companies altogether, and the needs of the one home on which all life depends, the earth itself. Thank you for your attention.
Steve Reinhold. Runhold. Steve, please state your name and spell your last name.
Steve Runholt, R-U-N-H-O-L-T, 114 Village Point Lane, Asheville, and I am a Progress customer.
Please proceed with your statement.
Like my friend Cam, I am also a Presbyterian minister. I'm the pastor of Warren Wilson Presbyterian Church. With your permission, I will use my preacher voice in the hope that some of the folks in the back can hear me, not unlike Sunday morning. Mr. Speaker, members of the Commission, thank you for your presence here tonight and your patience. And we do, like one of the former speakers, I also apologize for our lack of hospitality to you, because you've also suffered this evening. As a pastor, I confess I'm not a financial person, so I'll confess I don't understand the intricacies of the current plan before us, before you, the financial intricacies of it. What I know for sure, though, is that in my church, requests for assistance of all kinds, financial assistance, help with utility bills, help with food, have increased every month of every year since 2008. I suspect the same is also true at Swannanoa Valley Christian Ministry, ABCCM, another social service agency here in Asheville, every month of every year since 2008. I'll also confess that I have not scrutinized Progress's financial statements, quarterly income financial statements for that same period, but my guess is that their line is going one way while the line financial status of most of their customers is going in the other direction. So, to propose a rate hike increase, given those realities, income going one way for the holding company, income going the other way for the customer, is on its face morally indefensible. I will also say that a plan that proposes building out 20th century technology is also indefensible, environmentally indefensible, in light of what we've seen clearly with going back to Katrina, Hurricane Sandy. Obviously, we have an environmental problem on our hands. 20th century dirty technology is going to exacerbate that problem, not solve it. And it's incumbent upon us to do so as stewards of the earth. Finally,
You're asking, Progress is asking us to fund future investments, to pay for future build-outs of its capacity, its infrastructure. That's a violation of a basic social contract between providers and consumers. If Apple or Boeing, when Apple or Boeing or Pfizer Pharmaceuticals wishes to roll out a new product, a new technology, a new drug, they don't ask for their customers to pay for that ahead of time. They innovate, and then consumption follows. I would urge you as the Commission to expect more of Duke and Progress, to ask more of them, expect them, ask them to innovate, not for us to pay for building out old technology. That does not advance anyone's interests except theirs. So I'll also keep my remarks short tonight. So in closing, what I know for sure is that these rate hikes are past hundreds, thousands of North Carolinians would be forced to choose between paying for light and heat and paying for food, clothing, and medicine. That, as I said, is morally and economically indefensible. So I urge the Commission to decline this request, not just as a matter of environmental urgency, but as a moral imperative. Thank you.
Amen. The next speaker is Robert Howard. Okay. When we come back, Robert Howard, and then Paul, I think Sandler, and Greg Barone. Please state your name and spell your last name.
Robert Howard, Howarth.
And what is your address?
14 South Oak Circle, Asheville.
And you are a Progress customer?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
Okay. I'm a resident of Buncombe County and a retired electrical engineer. I am disappointed at seeing the proposals for energy source mix in Progress Energy's integrated resource plan, especially the lack of any renewable energy resident source. This IRP appears fashioned to me primarily to benefit stockholder dividends at ratepayers' expense. Regarding high reliance on burning fossil fuels, I heard a little bit back there, but I didn't hear a lot of what you said. But 21% coal, 43% gas, 64% on fossil fuel. In addition to rates and services, the Commission must focus attention on health, climate, and financial effects of burning fossil fuels. In addition, the dangers of the 24% dependence on nuclear plants, the dangers of long-term health effects from potential radiation exposure, large demand on our precious water resources, and long-term radioactive waste storage, a still unresolved problem of some 80,000 tons and growing. In a New York Times article, Michael Wild quoted a newly released National Academy of Science report. This was October 2009. Burning fossil fuels cost the U.S. about $120 billion a year in health costs, mostly from premature deaths from air pollution. This is the National Academy of Science. About 20,000 people a year die prematurely, the largest portion termed excess mortality. Increased deaths from criteria air pollutants emitted by power plants and vehicles. Health costs from coal, health costs averaged about 3.2 cents per kilowatt hour. That range from about 0.25 cents per kilowatt hour to 12 cents per kilowatt hour, depending on the condition of the plant. Health costs in general from coal average 3.6. Oh, I just needed it. Sorry. This study did not include the cost of damage from global warming, damages from burning fuel oil for trains, ships, and airplanes. It did not include damages to environment from coal mining and river pollution from coal plant filtrate dumping. It did not include damage to the environment from uranium mining and resources. The message is clear. Progress Energy and Duke Energy should not be increasing rates to expand and extend operation of health-threatening coal and nuclear power generation. We need and want alternative, sustainable, and safer renewable energy sources, as well as increased efficiency and more conservation. You, leaders of the North Carolina Utilities Commission, must seriously consider operation you must consider and factor in your evaluation process the health and environmental impacts on we citizens due perpetuating much of the status quo as proposed by Progress Duke. The side effects of Progress, quote, reliable and reasonable cost-effective service, unquote, to which we ratepayers, the side effects are negative and harmful to this ratepayer in view of the associated health and environmental costs that we must also pay. The Commission can and must do a better job for North Carolina citizens whose welfare you are commissioned to safeguard. You must not allow Progress Duke to sacrifice North Carolinians' human health and ecological health by approving the current IRP as proposed. You must do better. Thank you.
Paul Smith.
Here.
It says 238 Allen Weaverville, Asheville. Okay, I might have the wrong name. Okay, Greg Baram.
Solemnly affirm that testimony about to give this case by the truth, also testimony to support.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
My name is Greg Borum, and last name is B-O-R-O-M.
And what is your address?
8 Tarpon Avenue.
Asheville?
Yes, sir.
And you are a Progress customer?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you. My name is Greg Borum, and I'm here both on behalf of myself and on behalf of the organization for which I work, Children First Communities and Schools of Buncombe County. Our organization serves low-income children and families in 4 communities and 2 public schools here in the county. Our Family Resource Center in the Emma neighborhood works with numerous families to help them pay their utility bills as they struggle to make ends meet working low-wage jobs, facing unemployment, or living on a fixed income. And as you've heard tonight, we aren't alone in seeing those needs across our county. Our local 211 referral line reported that they got over 9,200 requests for housing and utility needs in 2012. With North Carolina unemployment still near the top of the nation, too many families are vulnerable to falling behind in paying their bills and meeting their basic needs. Given the high demand for assistance at our agency and others in the region, a rate hike by Progress Energy will mean faster depletion of our emergency assistance funds for this year. The rate hike will be borne by our nonprofit organizations, other nonprofits in the region, and their funders, both private foundations and private donors. Well, we were encouraged to hear that the news last week that Progress Energy was seeking a smaller increase. But not knowing the specifics of that, it's hard to comment on what that will mean for the folks that we serve and work with today. We need more information on the specifics of this new proposal. For instance, how many additional families will Progress proposed energy assistance funds serve in Buncombe County compared to what they served last year? And what percentage increase is proposed for residential customers? With over half of school children in our county receiving free and reduced lunch, we know that they come from families that struggle to meet the basic need expenses of housing, healthcare, transportation, and food. We want to make sure that Progress Energy proposal doesn't place more hardship on these children because their parents will have to choose between food and electricity or heat. We urge you to take these into consideration. Thank you for your time.
Dan Radigan. The next speaker after him will be James Lee and Benji Burrell.
Someone's going to testify about this case. The whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name.
Dan Radigan, Rattigan, 65 High Alta Avenue, Asheville, 38806.
And
I am
you
a
are-
Progress customer.
Please proceed with your statement.
I'm also a Progress customer in my small business. I'm here on behalf of my small business, probably more so than as a resident. A lot of people spoke on behalf of the residents of North Carolina and how this is going to affect them. But I would mostly like to make sure that the commission doesn't walk away thinking that small business in this region is uniformly supportive of the rate platform, as was suggested by some of the first speakers tonight. As owner of a small company I found here in Asheville, I appreciate the reliability with which Progress delivers service. I moved here from a village in Costa Rica where power outages were frequent, so I don't take for granted that the lights will go on when I hit the switch. This is a healthy perspective, I believe. I recognize that supplying power to so many is a perpetual challenge. But are we holding our power monopoly to meet this challenge responsibly? I have limited means as a business owner. My business employs 37 people here in Asheville, and it's been growing since we started the company, and we've been very fortunate that that's the case. But with those limited means that I have, I'm afforded by the support of my customer base, I've invested heavily in energy efficiency, as have a significant number of other small businesses in this area. Asheville has become known as a green dining destination. Several restaurants in North Carolina, in Asheville specifically, have put solar panels on their roofs, invested in high efficiency hot water heaters. They're really trying to do their part, and this isn't without public assistance. This is grants were sought through the assistance of the Blue Ridge Sustainability Institute to seek state and federal grant money to help put these panels on the roofs. But this is accomplishing something really powerful, because most restaurateurs don't own their building. And the building owner, who doesn't foot the energy bill for the most part, has no incentive to go forward with such an investment. So you see this groundswell of investment from small business owners like myself. We have very limited means, but we're taking out of our small profit, our meager profit, to try and do our part. And I'm not stopping at the bounds of existing technology like putting hot water solar panels on the roof of our restaurant. I'm using my small influence to develop a small commercial grade production oven powered exclusively by concentrated solar energy. Solar concentrators are something that you don't see in widespread use in this era, but they were attempted in the past, and for various reasons, I guess they didn't really continue. But I'd like to see more of that happen. Last summer, I successfully roasted cocoa beans for my chocolate business in my first prototype solar oven, and a more robust version is in the works currently, for which I'm taking a class at the local tech college to weld, to learn how to weld. I'm digging into my profits, as I said, to push the envelope and attempt to reduce my reliance on the power grid. Imagine what might be possible if North Carolina's public utility invested in pushing the envelope with the resources available to it. Imagine if the overwhelming mandate to advance our energy platform that you're hearing in this courtroom was heeded by our power company to invest in its own future generation capability beyond the limited fossil fuel resources that are currently looking to be tapped. Duke and Progress, for all its collective misgivings, is what we currently have to work with. Please force their hands to take up this charge, to find solutions, just as I and so many like me with limited means are attempting. Thank you. French broad chocolates.
How many employees do you have?
37 employees.
James Lee. Is James? Please state your name and spell your last name.
James Lee, L-E-E.
And what is your address?
199 West Dover Drive, Asheville.
And you are a Progress customer?
Yes.
Please proceed with your statement.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the Utility Commission. I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration in this matter. I am a Baptist minister within the community and would like to, I think everyone before me has already covered the clean energy versus dirty energy, so I would like to echo the sentiments of my fellow clergy in the social justice aspect. So I would like to speak for myself, the congregation that I serve, the St. Paul Baptist Church in West Asheville, who is also a Duke Progress Energy customer, the Baptist Ministers Union of Asheville and surrounding counties, and the greater community. I'm not just a member of the clergy, I also hold a graduate degree in business. Therefore, I understand Duke Progress Energy's model in securing additional revenue for their investments. But I question the moral approach and the time in which they choose to raise their rates. In our community and in the congregation that I serve, I see the people that this rate increase will hurt. I, my church, and the Baptist Ministers Union try to help these families, but with the rate increase, will not be able to help the numbers that we once have. In a time where finding a decent job that pays an actual cost of living is hard to come by, this rate increase doesn't seem morally right. Instead of Duke Progress Energy using the poor, elderly, unemployed, and underemployed to increase their profits, I would challenge the executives who think that this is a good idea to raise the rates in this economic climate to cut their salaries and their bonuses and fund their own projects. I would challenge them to try to live off the income that the poor, the elderly, the unemployed, and the underemployed that I see every day. I would challenge them to live under those circumstances for 6 months under their current rate structure, and I'm sure that they'll have a different opinion about this proposed rate increase. In closing, if this commission allows this rate increase to take effect, it will further hurt myself, my congregation, and those that are often overlooked, like the residential customers in the low-wealth communities. I challenge this community to stand up for those whose voices get lost sometimes, to stand up for the poor, to stand up for the elderly, to stand up for the underemployed, and to stand up for the unemployed. Again, I thank you for your time and your consideration in this matter.
Benji Burrell. Or is it Russell? I think it's Burrell. Okay. Judy Maddox.
Hello. I affirm.
Solemnly affirm that the testimony about this case will be truth, to the testimony.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Judy Maddox, M-A-T-T-O-X.
And what is your address?
15 Morningstar Drive, Leicester, North Carolina.
And you are a Progress Energy customer?
I am.
Okay. Please proceed with your statement.
My name is Judy Maddox, and I am chair of the local Sierra Club for Western North Carolina. We represent thousands of people, thousands of customers of Progress Energy, and I simply want to reiterate 4 points. One, we cannot support a rate hike for continuation of fossil fuel energy or nuclear power energy for health reasons and for climate change reasons. Number two, we would ask Progress Energy to please strongly invest in clean energy, renewable energy. North Carolina has probably the strongest offshore wind that's available throughout the country. Number three, we strongly request that Progress Energy invest in conservation and energy efficiency. That would allow the rates to go down. That would allow some of these power plants to actually be closed. Number four, that please, if there is a suggestion and a discussion about possible rate hikes, that residential not be asked to pay the lion's share, that there be an equality across the board for commercial, industrial, and residential. Thank you very much.
Rachel Bliss. Rachel Bliss. The next two will be Sophia Brooks and Bridget Herring.
This one man, almost with the testimony about this case, the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Rachel Bliss, Bliss.
And what is your address?
19 North Liberty Street in Asheville.
And you're a Progress customer?
Yes.
Please proceed with your statement.
I want to thank you for coming to Asheville and talking with us, or listening to us tonight. And I'm not a lawmaker, nor do I sit on any important commissions that approve increases in use of utilities like yourselves. Utilities that cook our food, warm our bodies, and allow us to be informed on life's urgent issues. I'm just a grandma. I have 4 grandchildren, with 2 more on the way. And by gosh, one learns much about life from my position, which I'm sure that many of you also have experienced the fantastic love that comes with being a grandma. But I found that dollars will only stretch so far until they tear at the fabric of families' lives. An increase in electricity rates now on the table will mean less food on our youngsters' plates throughout the region. Families are already jumping on board to conserve energy, yet little of that proposed increase that Progress is suggesting will go to assist families who want to conserve more for both financial and sustainability reasons. Sometimes I get to watch my grandkids. And if little Jenna one day asked me for $1.10 or $1.14 instead of her normal $1, I would ask why. If she were like Progress Energy, she would say, I'm saving that extra for my needs later. I would be quite proud of such a thoughtful grandchild. But I'd also like to ask her what these needs are, thinking she would say things like music lessons, or perhaps a new pony, or a special outfit for a big party. But no, if she answers something like this, Granny, I'm going to use that money to start a fund for my later drug use. or a violent video game arcade near school. I would think twice about those extra cents. I would tell her to go back and think about it to find better ways to spend her money. And that's what I say to the Utilities Commission and Progress Energy and Duke. First of all, this proposed increase is outlandish. Those living on a fixed income who look like me have nothing else to cut, so they can pay that much more on electricity. Already the need for help to pay power bills causes hundreds, perhaps thousands, to line up overnight outside Evelyn Charities just to get a little help to stay warm during our cold winter months. Secondly, what that extra money will be used for is worthy of a trip to a woodshed, if I had one. Using my hard-earned money to continue to buy dirty coal that's rapes mountains, or on so-called natural gas that's obtained from chemicals that seep into family wells, that's just not acceptable. As the at least 11 billion nuclear plant that's planned for just 60 miles from here. I say let's find a better way to spend my money, which is such as by using the sun, the wind, and other renewable safe forms of energy. We need to set an example for our grandkids. They are us, renewed.
Our energy sources must be also the same, renewable, clean, and better than what our grandparents gave us. So for now, I urge no increase without a sustainable, better plan for its wise use, of which our grandchildren could be proud. This proposed rate increase is unjustifiably high. This rate increase is more of the same dirty air, water, and dirty earth that it brings with it. I say no to the rate increase until it can be shown to prepare us for a clean, energy-efficient future. Thank you for your help.
Sophia Brooks.
Testimony about to give this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
My name is Sophia Brooks, Brooks.
And what is your address?
7 Wedgewood Terrace, Black Mountain.
And you're a Progress Energy customer?
Have been since '85.
Okay, please proceed with your statement.
I hope I can convey my thoughts in a way that's understandable, and I appreciate you being here and your time. I think that as long as we look at this as a we-they struggle, the answers are going to be very challenging to find. I think that if we can look at it together and evaluate the different approaches in a more collaborative way, we'll have a better chance. And so I'm coming from that place. And I've traveled some in Europe, and when you walk into a room there, the lights pop on, and when you walk out, the lights pop off. And the cost of putting gas in your car is such that you take a lot more concern about that. We've already tried in this country reducing the speed limit down to 55 to conserve fuel. I think that could probably be done overnight by an executive order, and it would make a huge difference. During World War II, we didn't have our cities all lit up like they're lit up now. So I think that a rate increase in some respects is how we need to proceed. We need to be starting to pay, and I'm not talking people on fixed incomes and poverty levels, but we need to start paying the price that it's costing us, environmentally especially. And I don't believe that we have the time environmentally to do all of the research and the investment in green solutions. I think that's a good thing to be heading for, but it's going to take a while. The only thing the only approach right now that can help us get this, ocean liner turned around on a dime, so to speak, is extreme measures of conservation, going down to each individual to the point where if you can't afford a rate increase, maybe you can get a warm jacket from the Goodwill. Everybody has to be able to be concerned enough to do the little bit that they can do, and that we can work together toward a vision of a healthier environment. And the idea that I had was, I'm just throwing this out so that you can get a flavor of my thinking on this, that you would have the first group, the top group, would be the group that could afford the rate increase, and this would include your more affluent customers, perhaps your industrial customers, when they would continue to use the utilities at their current rate of use, and they would pay the increase. And then you would have the next step down, you would have people who were able to make a 10% reduction in their use by changing their light bulb, by using a fan instead of so much air conditioning, by keeping their house a little bit cooler in the winter, by going off to work and not turning on the air conditioning all day long so that when they, come home at night, they can walk into a home that's 66 degrees. We can't continue this kind of thing. This is ridiculous. So those people would get a 10%, no, their rate would stay the same, but they would get a 10% reduction in their usage. So in exchange for reducing their usage, they would be able to avoid the rate increase. This is all, it's all about money motivating people to get on board with the program. People who were able to achieve a 20% reduction in their usage could get a 10% reduction in the rate. And the people, like I said, at the bottom, we would still be trying to help them, and we would all be working together. We would all be working together. At the same time, we would be trying to clean up the mess. Nuclear's not the answer. We've already seen that. Hydrofracking has lots of negatives associated with it. And yet they threw so much money into natural gas. The rates just went up like that until finally this year they've topped and they've fallen down. And all the investment in natural gas, people are losing a lot of money in that. So I'm afraid environmentally, if we don't get things turned around with some very drastic measures of conservation, such as changing the speed limit, such as making thermostat set points like they're already having to do in LA in the summertime. You can't set your thermostat lower than a certain. And a lot of small changes made by many, many people, I think, if we all work together, could turn us around.
Bridget Herring.
Testimony about the given case.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
It's Bridget Herring, Herring. I live at 94 West Street, Asheville, North Carolina, 28801.
And you are a Progress customer?
I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
I have been a Progress customer for the past 10 years, and I'm also work for a building science firm where we spend a lot of time looking at buildings and how they use energy and how that can be affected by building codes and standards and things such as that. I oppose a rate increase for business as usual. Instead, I say that we should invest in our current infrastructure that we have and invest in our buildings. If we took $20 billion that it would take to build a new power plant and put it into fixing our homes, there's about 4 million homes in North Carolina. That'd be about $5,000 a home. And if we did that using insulation, air sealing, what other efficiency measures that the house needs, we could see about a 4,000 megawatt reduction in our demand. And that's going to last the life of the building, which is about 100 plus years, instead of a power plant, which lasts about 30. So I say let's invest in our buildings and do something that has a little bit longer lasting effect. Thank you for your time. Have a good night, y'all.
Sherry Ingram, and then the next two would be Rachel Larson and Noah or Nancy Wilson.
Testimony about the given case.
My name is Sherry Ingram, Ingram. I live at 21 Mountain Drive in Candler, North Carolina.
And you are a Progress customer?
I am.
Please proceed with your statement.
I'm going to guess that none of you are in the 1%. I don't think there are any 1%ers on the commission. So that means that we're all in the same boat. And I'm a geologist. My concern is with clean and affordable water for all. I believe there's an effective but not very profitable way to achieve water sustainability. Using huge plants, it takes a huge amount of water to make energy and a huge amount of energy to clean water. We need to look at different approaches and different scales. As a large corporation, Duke is required by law to maximize profits for its investors. But fulfilling that requirement is ruining not only our environment, future, and the finances of common people, it is ruining our society as the gulf between the haves and have-nots gets wider and deeper. We can all get caught up in that. You are the buffer. You are the brakes on a runaway train. You have the authority, the power, to limit the profits on utility companies. Here in Asheville, we've been concerned about changes in our water system, and we need for you to protect us all, you included, from those oversized profits and an outdated approach to energy generation.
Rachel Larson.
Solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Rachel Larson, Larson.
And what is your address?
62 Park Square, Asheville, 28801.
And you're a Progress customer?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed with your statement.
Well, I oppose the Progress energy rate hikes for 5 reasons, some of which have already been covered, but I thought I would kind of give my version of them. The first one, which is the most important to me, is more social justice and related to childhood health. For utilities, utility spending in the home, the average American family, middle income, spends about 4% of their income. The average low-income family spends about 18% of their income on utilities because they have no other choice other than to rent or own the worst housing available, the least efficient housing. When utility bills go down, in-home nutrition goes up. That means that kids get sick less, they miss less days of school, they do better in school, they have a better chance of graduating, and they can be more competitive in the job market. And right now, with as it is, where if utility rates keep going up, and these poor families are going to have to keep paying more and more, then we're just creating generations of kids that didn't get an adequate education, and this is a contributing factor to that. I think that Progress Energy needs to do a better job of, I know they do have a low-income weatherization program now, but I don't think they've been doing a very good job of reaching enough people with that. I think it would be better if they could reach out to existing local organizations that are already doing that work in the communities, and not only that, but they're employing people in the communities to do that work, so they're creating jobs and job skills among these people that need these services the most. The second reason is because I think it's a really bad idea to invest in an energy source that has such volatile pricing. Natural gas is pretty cheap right now, but we don't know how that's going to change. I know the Senate, North Carolina Senate's trying to get fracking introduced into North Carolina. I don't know how many people in this room really think that that's a good idea. I think that it will ruin our aquifers. The woman before me, I think, that currently 80% of surface water is used for utilities. And what's going to happen if our aquifers and water that goes out into one of North Carolina's greatest treasures, the Outer Banks, becomes completely contaminated with the tons and tons of chemicals that's put into this water that will never be drinkable again? I think instead they need to invest in a better infrastructure here at home, like our buildings, which use 40% of the electricity nationwide. And I think most people would agree that we can save 30% of that energy through building energy efficient homes and buildings. And I think it might be more like 18% for doing weatherization, but that's a huge amount of money that you can save just by weatherizing homes. And as Bridget mentioned before, power plants last, 30 years at the most, whereas homes last for 100. So pick your investment there. Another problem I have with the rate hike is that I think they're saying that some of the money is going to transmission line improvement. Well, I have no problem with that. We need to keep our transmission lines adequate, up to date. But I think what they're also missing in this is that in terms of energy efficiency, you get even more bang for your buck, because there's always a certain amount of energy that's lost in transmission lines. And not to mention peak power. There is so much energy that is created that we are paying for that is lost. It doesn't even get to our homes. So why don't we stop the need for that, stop that amount of waste that's going on before it gets there. Two more things. Thanks for bearing with us to this late hour. I'm really disappointed that Progress Energy spends 1% maybe, but I think it's less than 1% right now on energy efficient programs. Other utilities in other parts of the country spend a whopping 4% of their money on energy efficiency programs, and I think that what they've seen is that the more you spend on those programs, the more you get out of them. You have to give them teeth in order for them to work. There's a tipping point. So we have to require the utilities to do that work. But one thing that is pretty frightening to myself and other people that work in the energy efficiency industry here in this room is the last few bills that have been going through the North Carolina legislature. SB 10's already been passed. I hope you guys still have jobs after that. I'm not sure which way in the party line you fall. The HERO Code, next week, it's the high efficiency residential option that Progress has. They get credit for that. They give builders incentives for this program. That is likely to be repealed next week. We currently have a 2012 North Carolina Energy Conservation Code that was passed last year. It's currently law. That is likely going to be repealed next week. We're going back in time. And also on the chopping block is our renewable energy portfolio standard. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. I cannot believe we're doing this. So if you guys, if you are keeping your jobs, please do everything in your power to hold Progress Energy accountable, because they are not doing anything to fight these programs being lost.
Wait a minute, Ms. Larson, are you aware that the Senate Bill 10 has been revised in the House version and is going to go to conference committee?
So that means that the
well, we don't know what it means, but it's going to conference committee.
Okay, well, I still hope you guys keep your jobs.
Okay, Noah Wilson.
I do. My name is Noah Wilson, last name Wilson. I'm a Progress Energy customer. I live at 259 Governor's View Road, Asheville, North Carolina.
Please proceed with your statement.
I speak on behalf of myself and on behalf of Just Economics of Western North Carolina, an organization which I serve on the board. I am here to remind you, as many before me have, that this rate hike is not just an economic issue, but a justice issue and a human issue. And I am here to share a short story of the tremendous impacts that an investment in demand-side efficiency, as opposed to more supply-side generation, can have. As a college student some years ago, I had the honor of volunteering to help insulate the home of Thelma Huggins. Thelma was a mountain woman in the twilight of her life, living in poverty. She heated and cooked with wood. She knew her fuel consumption, and as a disabled woman who walked only with the aid of 2 broomsticks, she knew the value of conservation. In one day, a handful of volunteers, with materials and coaching supplied by a state community action agency, weatherized and insulated Thelma's home. A few months later, we came back to her house to see how she liked our work. We arrived on a bitter, blustery fall afternoon, but despite the chill outside, Thelma's house was warm and her smile positively radiant. We had not only helped her save precious Social Security money, but it also dramatically cut her need for fuel. She only needed to light cooking fires in the morning and evening to stay warm. We changed Thelma's life for the better. We helped, through simple, proven efficiency measures, both reduce her carbon footprint and increase her quality of life. As we left, she was literally singing our praises, and we were singing with her. I have never heard anybody sing for a coal plant. You have the power, through the promotion of energy efficiency over fossil foolishness as usual, to get people singing and smiling statewide. I urge you to refuse this rate hike until an energy efficiency focused IRP is on the docket. People's lives and well-being are in your hands. Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you for your service. Appreciate you very much.
Chairman Finley, that is the end of the sign up for customers. We're now going to proceed with approximately 9 or 10 non-customers that have signed up, starting at the front of the list. Tim Malone, and next will be Charles Price, and after that will be Avram Friedman. But Tim Malone, you're not Tim Malone? Okay.
I'm a customer who'd like to have my name.
Okay, or if you're a customer and you want your name, here you go. Stand up.
I do.
Please state your name.
My name is Jim Barton. I live at 136 Louisiana Avenue in Asheville, North Carolina, and I'm a Progress customer.
Okay, and can you please spell your last name?
B-A-R-T-O-N.
Okay. Okay, please proceed with your statement.
Quite concisely, I'm not opposed to a rate increase for investing in an energy infrastructure which will build a stronger North Carolina and build a better world for our children. I am opposed to a rate hike in building the wrong kind of infrastructure, which takes up a limited amount of capital that we have in our society to build the wrong kinds of energy infrastructure, so that later on, when we need to build the right kind of energy infrastructure, we have less money. And I think to look at revamping our energy infrastructure looks impossible. And I'd like to point to one analogy, and that is tobacco. I don't know if they had smoking in hearing rooms, but I imagine if this was 1960, there would be ashtrays all over the place, and people would say, that's not smoke, that's jobs. That people could not conceive that there would be a day where North Carolina, and my grandfather made his living off of tobacco, that tobacco would not be the anchor of the economy. And we've made that transition. We're better off for it. And you, by turning down this rate hike, can give significant incentive to Duke and Progress to think about building the kind of economic infrastructure we need in North Carolina. Thank you.
Is Kim Malone in the room? Charles Price? Abram Friedman?
It's pronounced Avram.
Avram, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Solemnly swear that the testimony about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help God.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
It's Avram Friedman, Friedman.
And what is your address?
1346 Dillsboro Road in Sylvan, North Carolina. And I'm a Duke Energy customer. Although I'm representing the Canary Coalition, and we have hundreds of members in Asheville who are Progress Energy.
Please proceed with your statement.
Thank you, Commissioners, for holding this hearing in Asheville. Before I read my statement, I want to express that I'm a little bit disturbed that at the beginning of this hearing, Progress Energy's representative was permitted to stand up here on the other side of the podium and face the audience and not be sworn in and essentially give testimony which amounted to a commercial for Progress Energy that potentially could have influenced the commission and the press that was here and the public, and with no guarantee under the legal system that he was telling the truth.
Mr. Friedman, that people are entitled to make opening statements in every court that I'm aware of, and that wasn't testimony and it can't be used by the commission.
Nonetheless, I would request that in subsequent hearings on the rate hikes that the Progress Energy representatives should be sworn in, just like everybody else here, in giving what essentially is testimony that would influence the commission, could influence the commission. And we don't have nobility in this country. I think everybody should be handled in an equal fashion under the law. At the IRP hearing on February 11th in Raleigh, I began the discussion about rate restructuring rather than rate increasing to avoid the enormous costs of building new health-damaging and environmentally destructive coal, nuclear, and natural gas power plants at the expense of ratepayers. I'd like to continue that discussion at this hearing since Progress's plan fails a test of providing the least cost method of meeting future energy demand. This rate increase should be denied in its entirety. The least cost method of meeting North Carolina's energy needs involves implementing a system of restructured utility rates that rewards investment in energy efficiency and conservation as it penalizes wasteful energy use. This approach is being successfully utilized in at least 8 other states and several other nations in reducing overall energy consumption. This is how it works. For instance, hundreds of thousands of households in North Carolina still have refrigerators that were manufactured before 1992. Each of these refrigerators consumes about 150 kilowatt hours a month in electricity. A new Energy Star refrigerator, the same size, only consumes about 40 kilowatts per month. That's less than 30% of what the older appliances use, or put another way, a 70% energy savings, more than 100 kilowatt hours each month by the ratepayer. One of the new refrigerators costs about $750. If the ratepayer borrows the money through a low-interest loan, let's say 5% amortized over a 10-year period, the monthly loan payment will be about $7.50 a month. But at 10 cents a kilowatt hour, the ratepayer saves about $10 each month. Therefore, the net effect is to lower the ratepayer's monthly utility bill by about $2.50. That is, if we use a flat rate structure such as the one we use today. But if instead we use a tiered block inverted rate structure, those who invest in efficiency receive even higher benefits. Let's say the first tiered block consists of the first 350 kilowatt hours used by the ratepayer each month at only 8 cents a kilowatt hour. The second block would cost perhaps 15 cents a kilowatt hour. The third block might cost 30 cents a kilowatt hour. In this system, the new refrigerator, combined with other efficiency investments, helps keep overall usage in the household within the lower tiered rates. Meanwhile, those who fail to take the profit from this system and don't make efficiency improvements will begin to pay much higher rates as they move into the second tier each month. I think you can see how this type of system acts as a powerful driver for reduction in energy consumption statewide. The Utilities Commission already has the authority to implement such a system right now. It would provide the least cost method of meeting future energy demand. The question is, what are we waiting for? Thank you.
Gene Larson, Richard Fireman,
I do.
please state your name and spell your last name.
Richard Fireman, F-I-R-E-M-A-N.
And what is your address?
374 Laughing River Road, Marsville, North Carolina. I'm a customer of French Broad EMC.
Okay, and do they buy their power from Progress Energy?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Please proceed with your statement.
Good evening again, Commissioners. Thank you for being here. I appreciate your patience and tolerance of no mics, because I know it's just as hard on you as it is on us in our community. And hopefully next time you're here, you'll be placed in a courtroom that has microphones. You may remember that last week's hearing in Charlotte, they prevented me from bringing in a lump of coal, saying it was a lethal weapon. So today, I didn't try bringing in a canister of natural gas. I knew the outcome would be the same. It would be confiscated as a lethal weapon, which it surely is. The irony here is clear. Progress Energy, which hasn't asked for a rate increase in 25 years, is asking for a rate increase on energy policies that demonstrate clearly that they don't understand the word progress. With complete reliance on coal and increasing use of natural gas and plans for more nuclear power, this energy company can't kick the 19th century energy habit of boiling water to produce electrons. This is not progress, and we should not be subsidizing this company's unwillingness to move to a 21st century responsible, clean energy economy. They want us to pay for new gas-fired power plants. Well, I'd like them to remind them what Jim Rogers said, the CEO of Duke Progress Holding Company, what he said about natural gas a few years ago at the Aspen Institute Conference on Energy. He said, and I'm quoting, "Natural gas is the crack cocaine of fossil fuels." We know that. We know that cocaine has been called a rich man's drug. Crack, on the other hand, is sold at prices so low that even teens can afford it at first. The truth is that once a person becomes addicted to cocaine, to crack, the expense skyrockets in direct ratio to the increasing amounts needed to support the habit. And this will be true of our over-reliance on natural gas to produce electricity. This is the energy future that we've been asked to pay for. Increasing financial, social, and environmental costs for a dangerous fossil fuel, natural gas. Natural gas is not the answer to the ecological problem our energy economy has left us with. It has been marketed as the bridge fuel to the future. Not true. Besides of all the local dangers to groundwater and above ground pollution in the short term, because of methane's leakage at all points of extraction, transportation, and usage, natural gas is a more potent greenhouse gas than CO2 over a 20-year time frame. The exact time frame that we need to start decreasing global warming gases by 3 to 4 percentage points a year starting now. Natural gas is not a bridge to a healthy future. It is a bridge to a dangerously lethal, heated world. At the last hearing, I presented you with a report by the World Bank called Turn Down the Heat, Why a 4-Degree World Must Be Avoided. It's in the record from the IRP hearing in Charlotte. Consider what a 4-degree centigrade world is. 4 degrees centigrade means 7.2 degrees Fahrenheit. For a human being, that is, if our temperature went up 4 degrees centigrade, our body temperature would be 105.8. A visit to the hospital emergency room, probably admission to the ICU, emergency treatment over a few days, and hopefully survival for an acute illness. But for a chronic condition like global warming, there's no answer to a 4-degree world. Summer months will average about 10.8 degrees Fahrenheit warmer. For much of the U.S., the coldest winter months will be much warmer than today's summer months. For many areas of the world, such as the Mediterranean, North Africa, the Middle East, to the Tibetan Plateau, the summer months will be worse than today's heat waves, 16 degrees Fahrenheit warmer. I'm trying to make this a visceral thing for you because this is the reality of where we are headed, using natural gas as a bridge fuel. The implications include severe fires, droughts, loss of all agricultural productivity in certain areas, leading to worldwide food insecurity. Our ocean ecosystems would collapse due to acidification and temperature rise. The North Carolina coast sea level will rise by 5 to 7 feet by the end of this century, ruining all coastal communities around the world. And with the oceans devoid of fish, nobody's going to live close to the coast because they won't be able to feed themselves. The full impact on human health and social systems and political stability are difficult to assess, but not to imagine. Increasing our reliance on natural gas, coal, and nuclear will prevent us from building out a robust, clean, energy efficiency economy in the next 20 years. We won't have the money to build out the full potential of offshore wind in North Carolina and widespread distributed solar in the next 20 years. Progress Energy should get no new revenue unless and until they bring us a strong energy and renewable energy efficiency plans. I believe the people in this room and the people across the state would be willing to pay more for such a bold, clean, responsible energy plan. A lot of people at the IRP hearing, and some today, exhorted you to moral courage. Last week I quoted Martin Luther King's famous 67 sermon, Beyond Vietnam, where he spoke of the fierce urgency of now. He said that life often leaves us standing bare, naked, and dejected with a lost opportunity. That over the bleached bones and jumbled residue of numerous civilizations are written the pathetic words, "Too late." Well, let us not be too late. I know that each of you on this commission has a strong moral compass. Please attend to your God, the higher authority who understands the difference between duty and irresponsibility, the difference between prudence from recklessness, right from wrong, justice from injustice, care from disregard, and worst of all, love from indifference. All of us here today ask you not to lose this opportunity, and please don't be too late. The future of our children and our grandchildren, the future of this beautiful world, which had an abundance which you all knew of when you were children and is no longer so abundant. All that depends on the decisions we make here collectively in the next months and years. Reject this rate increase out of hand. All new spending should go for conservation, efficiency, and a responsible, clean, renewable energy future. Thank you very much.
Tom Colson of Marshall.
Here he comes.
Did I get the last name right?
Colson, that's correct.
Okay.
Hello, friend.
You solemnly affirm the testimony about the given this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Thomas Colson, C-O-U-L-S-O-N.
And what is your address?
1001 Reams Cove Road, Marshall, North Carolina.
And who do you get your power from, your electric service?
Progress Energy, once removed. French Broad,
FBE,
French Broad
MC?
EMC.
Okay.
Yep.
Please proceed with your statement.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank you for holding this hearing and compliment you on your great patience. This has been going on for quite a while. I promise not to repeat anything that's been said tonight, although I wish I'd thought of some of the things that were said tonight, and I'll say ditto to many of them. I have a couple of observations I'd like to make, though. I'm kind of like Will Rogers was back in the 1920s. All I know is what I read in the papers. And in reading in the papers about the merger of the power companies and listening to a lot of what's been said tonight, I get the impression that this application process is kind of like a political platform. It's to get in on, not to stand on. I hope I'm wrong about that, but that's a strong impression that I've gotten. I also worry that in our legislature, we seem to be in the process of placing the regulated in charge of regulation. And that, I think, is bad for all of us. And finally, with regard to this application, in my working life, companies that I was involved with in keeping their books always had a reserve for depreciation. And that reserve, the size of that reserve, was consistent with the cost of replacing plant and equipment. But yet here we have a rate increase asked to pay in advance for work to be done. Why aren't we using the reserve that's set aside for that purpose? I also know
from my own experience, that when a company, a nonprofit or a regulated company, is earning a profit that's maybe a little bit embarrassing, that excess goes into these reserves. I don't know why the ratepayers should pay in advance for something the company's going to earn money with. I don't know you can do that in any other kind of business. Once again, I thank you for, oh no, one other thing I wanted to mention. Every one of us in this room, you and I, all the people who are left here, in fact, everybody in North Carolina, from the richest persons to the homeless, we all own the atmosphere, the air we breathe equally. But there's one person, used to be two persons, with a little cannibalism, it became one person, that pollutes that atmosphere much more than all the rest of us. And when we ask that person to curtail that pollution, they feel like they're being imposed upon. It's an interesting world. Thank you for your attention.
Terrence Clark.
Ms. Webb, the testimony about to give in this case, please do all those.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
My name is Terrence Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
And what is your address?
10 Chestnut Creek Road, Candler.
And you're not a Progress customer, correct?
Right. Haywood EMC, and if I'm correct, they buy from Progress Energy.
Okay, please proceed with your statement.
Right. I'm here as a representative of AARP North Carolina. I'm with the Advocacy Committee, volunteer organization. Attend their meetings regularly and have been trained as an advocate. And additionally, I'm here as the chairperson of Western North Carolina chapter of Physicians for Social Responsibility. We've had a couple of the ministers, the gentleman from Warren Wilson, the gentleman from West Asheville, talk about the poor. And I want to emphasize the issues partly emphasize the issues of the poor. We've heard only a few references to that tonight. And personally, for many of us, it's mind-numbing to think that somebody couldn't come up with an extra $4 or $5 or $6 bump up of their power bill. But in this state, we have many people who are in that situation. From my work with AARP, I can tell you that the average Social Security check for people 65 and older is under $14,000 a year. So, a neighbor came to me a week ago, and she was crying because her power bill went up with the cold weather. She has, typical scenario is $500 a month, the check is about $1,200 a month for such a recipient of Social Security. So, $500 might go to rent, then there's transportation, there's food, but the big bite comes from Medicare. For the elderly who do not have Medicaid, it's about $5,000 a year out of pocket. I realized that when I got Medicare and added it up. Amazingly, it's $5,000 a year for Medicare. So that little lady with her, $13,000 a year is paying $5,000 for Medicare, $5,000 or $6,000 for rent. That leaves about $2,000. So you can see how it quickly adds up that a person can be hard pressed to come up with $10 of a bump up of a certain bill. So I think that's an important point. I am concerned about the environmental issues. Additionally, the group that I'm with, Physicians for Social Responsibility, focuses on the health effects of environmental degradation, nuclear issues, and climate change. Very briefly, I'll just touch on coal-fired power plants. For instance, the one in Arden has improved its scrubbers markedly. But that increases the toxicity of the ash that goes to the bottom. Thus, the coal ash is more toxic now, specifically with more heavy metals in. And there's a concern that there's leakage from the ponds where the coal ash is stored. So we have major worry in the production of coal. Nuclear, I just wonder how in the world are Italy and Germany getting rid of nuclear? Is that the future? Will we be without nuclear? Nuclear has certain dangers that are underappreciated. An article in a scientific journal today talks about procedural cardiologists who stand on a certain side of the patient, left, right, I forget which, but the left side of their brain is closer to the patient when they're doing their radioactive procedures. They're coming up with malignancies in the left side of the brain. I think we're going to see a lot of change and more appreciation of ionizing radiation causing malignancies. And you look at nuclear now, and companies cannot build it's not profitable enough to build your plant without large federal subsidy. So I think we'll see the end of nuclear. I think we'll have to see a transition to clean energies. These points have all been made largely, though. I'll finish with, I came across some statistics today. We have 10 million people approximately in North Carolina. Probably by federal statistics, 1.5 million are in poverty, based on federal statistics. Church groups, charitable groups that help people, for instance, give them small amounts of cash for their power bill, their number that they identify as warranting that help is 3 million people. Thus, 3 million people out of 10 million by the church groups are entitled to come to them for cash help with their power bills. Those people obviously cannot afford a bump up of $2 or $5 in order to pay their power bill. So please keep those things in mind when you're making your decision, and I hope you give great thought to your decision. Thank you.
Dr. Clark?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Clark.
Yes. Here's the statistics from AARP on Social Security.
We would ask that this be identified as Clark Exhibit 1. And Lauren Hart.
I'm Christian, but I object to the use of this Bible in this way, so I'd like to affirm without using the Bible.
I'd like to affirm that we're required by law to make people swear. So you solemnly affirm the testimony about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but
I do, yeah. I'm fine to affirm, just don't
Please-
like this.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Sure. Lauren Hart, LORENHART, 591 Mirawood, MIRAWOOD Trail, Concord, North Carolina, 28025, and I'm a Duke Energy.
Okay. Please proceed with your statement.
Okay. So I drove about 3 hours from Concord to be here. I hope that's a signal of my commitment and how concerned I am about this issue. By the time I get back tonight, it's going to be something like a 12-hour round trip. No one's paying me or funding me to be here. I'm just that concerned about what's going on. I'd also like to take just a moment to say that when I got here, It was an hour and 15 minutes before I could get in, around 8:15, because the room was so full. And I just hope that in the future, these hearings, a greater effort will be made to ensure that all people who want to participate are able to do so. And on a practical note, you're asking us to not repeat what's been said, but for that hour and 15 minutes, for example, the 24 or so of us that were out in the hall have no idea what was said. Thank you. And it's also very difficult to hear in the back. I sat back there for a little bit. So I find these hearings just a little bit painful. Maybe you do too. They're long, they're grueling. I was with you all last Thursday in Charlotte when we were there from 7 till 1:30 in the morning. And I have to say, I also sometimes regret when people speak so long. But it seems to me that, if you look at who's coming, it's people who are opposed to this progress and Duke, these plans from them. And so I would say, if anyone's to blame, if you want to think about it in that way, it's Duke and Progress for putting forward such reckless, offensive plans that elicit such a response from the citizens of this state. I'm very concerned about climate change. It's something I've spent a lot of time studying, thinking about, talking about. And I hope you all are too. I hope you're taking it seriously. I'm also concerned with issues of social justice. And I'm worried about how these plans affect the most vulnerable in our state. And I hope that when you think about those people and climate change and the effects it's going to have on people throughout our state and people throughout the world and other species, that will give you the courage and the good sense to really make a good decision here. I have this sense from coming and spending 3 nights with you all in the last month that you're not going to take these plans from Duke and Progress as they're giving them. You're gonna demand more from them. And I would just like to say that I think the situation is so serious that we really need you to fight and really do all you can to do what's good for all North Carolinians, including yourselves and those you love the most. So I would just conclude by saying we need you to do the right thing now. We need you to do the right thing now. We need you to do the right thing now. Now. Thank you.
Betty Henry?
Beth.
Beth, I'm sorry.
Testimony about in this case with truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, self God.
I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Beth Henry, Henry.
And what is your address?
3066 Stony Brook Road, Charlotte.
Okay. Now, please proceed with your statement.
I keep coming because, like Richard Fireman, I have faced climate change and what it means for my children and grandchildren and everybody else's children and grandchildren. When I was practicing law full-time, like y'all are working full-time, I didn't have time to read a lot of books or to correspond with scientists. But I'm retired, and since I retired, I've gotten to know some of the world's leading climate scientists. I know Dr. James Hansen. This is an emergency, and our federal government is totally dysfunctional. And that's why I keep coming and talking to y'all. I'm in contact with climate. I'm not an environmentalist. I'm desperately worried about the climate. I'm in contact with people all over the country who are working in their home states, in their towns, just like we're trying to do, where we can appeal to people who are in a position to do something. Since our federal government, which needs to act, we need something federal, something national. It's not happening, and these deadlines are approaching where the tipping points are going to mean things like Antarctica and Greenland will totally melt. eventually, not in the next decade or even this century, but if we pass these tipping points that we're soon approaching, we're basically destroying the world for future generations. And so even something like a progress rate case is very important, because we need to stop rewarding the kinds of power generation that are destroying the future. So I would ask you on the rate case not to give them such an exorbitant return on equity. Investors are supposed to get returns for risk. Progress has a captive customer base that can't get away from them. They also have QUIP. So we have to pay up front for these power plants. What could possibly justify an over 11% return on investment, or even the 10.2% that the public staff has agreed to? I ask you not to just accept the public staff's 10.2%, but really consider, should we be rewarding that highly investors that basically are bearing no risk? They have a captive customer base and QUIP. Why do they deserve that kind of return when they're bearing no risk? And also, the other big aspect of what the public staff has not settled on is this issue of how the costs are allocated among the classes. And this goes so much to the whole social justice issue that people are talking about. Duke Energy now has this way of allocating costs that puts so much of the costs on the residential and small business classes, and then lets them recruit Google, Apple, Facebook, the richest companies in the world, and practically give them electricity. Then they are driving up the demand for electricity that the poor people then have to pay for the power plants for. So I just really urge you not to accept Progress's attempt to change to this allocation method that Duke has used, that the Commission has said many times is really not fair, because it allocates too much of the cost to residential and small business customers. But please, if you do accept the settlement that the public staff made, when you allocate that increase, please allocate it fairly among the customer classes. Don't let the industrials get a rate decrease. Please keep in mind that all the comments that were made about the folks who just can't afford this. And let's see, I think those were all my main points. But again, like so many people have said, we know what the solutions to climate change are, and people all across the country agree on this. Energy efficiency is the cheapest thing we can do. So instead of building power plants, make them do efficiency, and then with the money we save from doing that, invest in solar and wind and the other technologies that won't destroy the future. Thank you so much.
Sierra Hollister.
Still awake. Yes, I do.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sierra Hollister, Hollister.
And what is your address?
925 Beauty Spot Cove Road, Mars Hill, North Carolina.
Mars Hill. Okay, please proceed with your statement.
And I'm in the French Broad EMC. Well, I'm opposed to the rate hike. I'm very concerned about climate change. Everybody has said it all. There's not really a whole lot more for me to say, but you have the power. We are all appealing to you to stop progress, stop Duke. We don't need more coal-fired plants. We don't need
more power from fossil fuels. And there were two things that nobody said yet. Nuclear power there's a lot of studies that show that in a warming world, it's a bad power source. Power plants, the nuclear power plants shut down, they can't be cooled, there's a lot of problems. So I can't believe it's actually even on the table, because I'm just a mom and I know that. And then the other thing is I was surprised you didn't say this, but I live in a solar house, and it's amazing. It works. I don't understand what the problem is. I have a regular house. I have like a toaster and a vacuum cleaner and TV, and well, I don't have a TV, but whatever. I mean, it's a regular house, and it's solar, and I don't understand why we're not doing more renewables, because they work, and it's what we owe our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Erica Schneider.
My name's right. Thank you.
Well, my wife's name is Erica. So.
Oh, wonderful. I do.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Erica Schneider, Schneider.
And what is your address?
1680 East Fork Road in Marshall, North Carolina.
And you're a customer of French Broad EMC, I take it.
That's correct.
Please proceed with your statement.
Well, first of all, I come hopefully as an educated person to the best of my ability. These are complicated issues, even though I try to keep in touch with all of the changing variables. It seemed every day there was a new development on the Senate Bill 10 front, on the rate hike proposals, and the deal with public utilities. So we're all doing our best to keep up and participate in this process. I am a scientist with a master's degree in education background, but I've chosen to work in the solar industry in outreach and marketing, and have worked in that capacity for a company here in Western North Carolina for the past 7 years. And it's been a roller coaster, quite frankly. It's not that the technology is not viable. We've seen that it is. It's the political process still, and a lot of the things that have been set in place, in some cases to stimulate it, and then not. Specifically, I'm speaking to the adoption of Senate Bill 3 in 2007, which it was very commendable that North Carolina did adopt that legislation to set a portfolio standard to bring in clean generation. But with due respect, I believe the bill was sent out with the best intentions, but the set-asides for solar were set so low that if you were to look at the results of that, the set-asides were met rather quickly. In fact, in 2010, it was announced through the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Society Association that the set-asides were met through 2014. So essentially, the renewable energy credit market that was stimulated to help stimulate the whole process and incentivize businesses and homeowners and energy consumers of all sorts to invest, then that market has essentially collapsed. So essentially, it created a boom-bust cycle. But it did stand to us in the industry, and should speak to the commission as well, that it is a viable technology. Now, it's not going to be our sole generating source, but as a contributor in this mix, and certainly long-term into the future, there's no doubt that it can be providing a much greater amount than the 2.2% that is included in the IRP for a 20-year plan. That is unfathomable that we are still relying on these outdated and dirty fuel sources. We've heard that the claims that the scrubber technologies are indeed decreasing the nitrous oxides, the sulfur dioxides, and all those other pollutants. They're not removing them. We've heard that they are now in the coal ash, which is true and still not solved. But what was not mentioned and we have spoken a lot about climate change, is that scrubber technology does not reduce carbon dioxide emissions from these plants. And in fact, I've heard from air quality specialists with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources that they are actually increased. So that is our most critical problem at this point. As a scientist, as a mother, and a person who's devoting their professional work and energy to this cause, it's what motivates me for this front. But the technology is viable. We're not using our old dial-up phones anymore. The fact that we're still relying on coal for our future energy source in a technological age when we have viable alternatives is not acceptable. In working in this industry, I have to call it as it is. It is evident to me that the one obstacle to moving forward is the fact that the utilities and the stockholders, the line of money behind them, is still allowed to make profit at a great risk when the true cost of this the accountability is not being paid for. The external costs are in that countless, incalculable billions, which my daughters and future generations will be paying for forever. I cannot allow that consciously. So I thank you for your time, and I trust in this process and this decision making. And I do trust ultimately that our utility leaders will embrace new solutions. They'll have to. And I encourage innovation and working together in that process.
Ms. Snyder, if you would wait just a minute.
Oh, yes.
Kenny Ellis, the gentleman sitting behind me, he's an engineer with the public staff, and he processes and makes recommendations on a lot of solar energy applications to the Utilities Commission. And each week, the Utility Commission approves probably about 12 megawatts of solar energy. For instance, this last Monday, they approved, I think it was 32 megawatts of solar energy. So almost every week, there's 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 solar energy projects of the 3 to 4 megawatt range being approved by the Commission.
Right, and I would agree that that does stand, that the technology is viable. It is happening. It will happen, just, I think, rather regardless of the role that the utility plays, but it will happen more quickly and more effectively if they are key players. But we are reaching grid parity. The Deutsche Bank just released that India and Italy are at grid parity with unsubsidized solar. The other fact that I meant to mention and did not mention is that the cost of this cheap electricity, and it's cheap, it's way too cheap. We've become dependent on being able to use as much as we want relatively cheaply, and we've become wasteful with it. It's absurd. But we're not paying the true cost, and it is subsidized heavily. So if it were a level playing field, there's no doubt that clean energy technologies would produce what we need much cheaper and cleaner into the future.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Snyder, you mentioned that you work in the solar field.
I do. Mm-hmm.
In what capacity do you work?
I am the outreach coordinator and marketing coordinator, and the company's Sundance Power Systems. We've been serving this area since 1995, so we've made it through the really hard times when it was a developing industry, and I've seen it coming into what I do see as a near maturation point, and we have seen great increase in adoption on a variety of scales. We do not do large solar leasing, but there's all scales of solar going on that are proving to be viable.
And briefly, do you have a general opinion about the types of projects that Mr. Grantmeyer mentioned, which tend to be solar farms?
I think it's going to take a great mix. It's not, I have a preference personally for on-site ownership of these systems as much as possible. I do see a significant role with the utilities where with grid tying, they can be creating generation during the day and then pulling in when they need to, eliminating batteries and being generators, especially in summer during peak periods of demand. I can see a tremendous role of solar helping to alleviate summer peak demand.
Have you become aware that, I guess sometimes neighbors of these solar farms are beginning to complain to the community?
Large-scale solar farms, I can see probably just like if we're putting up any type of development, whether it be a cell phone tower or anything in a community. And I personally, that is not the development model that I espouse, but you know, for distributed solar, it has a place. But I do think, like any other development, it needs to be scrutinized. Is the site the right place? Well, what is the impact on the community? And in a lot of places, it shouldn't be the choice. But there are definitely many viable options where it is.
Thank you. Chairman, that concludes the list of everyone that signed up, speak customer or non-customer.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming out tonight, for sticking around in spite of the cold and rainy weather.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We rebuke for your coal, gas and nuke. We need wind and sun, there's work to be done. No more rate hikes now, we can show you how. We rebuke for your coal, gas and nuke. We need wind and sun, there's work to be done. No more rate hikes now, we can show you how.